Hey. What's up? Welcome to Thursday, folks. We are almost done with the week. That went by quick, didn't it? Real quick. Tomorrow's Friday, and then we got the weekend. Yay. February 2nd, 2023. And we got a birthday today, everybody. Yes, we do. We got a birthday. Miss Brandy's birthday is today. Make sure you wish her a very happy birthday today if you see her, guys. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Again, guys, we're continuing the open discussion from yesterday and found some interesting stuff that relates directly with what we were talking about. So it should be interesting. I'm thanking you all for being here today. Hope you're all having a great day, and I'm excited to be here with you. Let's get this party started, folks. Yeah. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Good to see you all. Good to be here with you all. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Hope you're all having an amazingly great day. And I hope you had a wonderful evening last night, everybody. Welcome back. Great to see you all. As always. Let's see here, folks. Sorry. Again, like I said, today is our Miss Brandy's birthday, guys. So if you see her, please wish her a happy birthday. And happy birthday, Miss Brandy. I'll wait till she gets in here. 29 years old. Boy, it's going quick, isn't it? It is going by quick, folks. Let's see. Let me get out some of these personal invites to everybody just in case they didn't get one. Looks like I got most of the people I have to send them to in here. All right, let me see. I think that's about it. Yeah, I think that's everybody that normally I would send. I'll send that one too. I don't know. I won't be being joined by Miss Lisa today or Mama Bear. Miss Lisa had a previous engagement. Mama Bear's got some stuff going on. Again, guys, if you could keep her Mama Bear in your thoughts, throw a little prayer for her. Nothing bad or serious, just to keep her in your thoughts, guys. Just a little something going on over there that's not something we would put out here. So I would very much appreciate that, everybody. Considering everything she does for us and me indirectly, specifically, yes. Much appreciated. Welcome all you guys. Come on in, guys. Grab your coffee and tea. Come on in. Have a talk with me. Let's see who we got in the house today. Miss Cece, the sweetest lady on the internet. Welcome. Good to see you. So great to have you here, my dear. Miss Kiki, I hope you're feeling better today. Great to have you here again. Mr. Austin Ferris, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. Kilani, welcome. Always a pleasure to have you as again. Mrs. M, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. As always, our sister, Miss Heather. Thanks for joining us again, Miss Heather. Great to have you here. I think that up T2014's in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Dober Mom. What's happening? What's happening? Great to have you here. All of these meatballs. Well, thank you all you meatballs. Thanks for jumping in the sauce with me today. We got a little sauce to spill for sure. To keep us going. What's up, K Dips? Great to see you. Thanks for joining us again. It's great to have you here. Again, welcome to all the new members that we picked up yesterday. Thanks to Miss Lisa Bevins. That was such a sweet thing to do, Lisa. If you can hear us, and a wonderful thing to do. We do appreciate that so much. 1 second, folks. I think this is a spam call again. Never. And of course, that is what it was, but it took a little longer. I made sure they put me on the do not call list. That number calls me 35 times a day, guys. It's insane. I'm telling you, they have some kind of radar. As soon as I go live, my phone rings every day. It's insane. And it is loud. I'm sorry, Kiki. I even turn it down. It's got some super duper speaker on it. So again, folks, welcome. It's great to have you here. Great to see you all, as always. Excited? You're excited, Dober Mom? Well, I'm kind of excited because of what I found out. Once again, my amazing moderators. Telling you what, if it wasn't for them, they couldn't do it. They find me the most amazing things. So my moderators, I gotta give them my love again. This stuff, one in particular, she knows who she is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love. Let's see here. Make sure everybody's getting the invite. Yeah, yes, it's kind of on the way in the door, guys. Leave a little DNA on that like button for me if you would, please, and keep us in that algorithm. And again, guys, if you very possibly could, after the show, during the show, however you want to do it, guys, if you could please leave me a comment whether you like the show, even if you didn't like it, liked it, hated it, want to toss it out, whatever you want to do, cuss me out, just leave me a comment, please, if you could. That has become something important via YouTube, I guess. So please, if you can, just leave me a little, even if you want to leave me a middle finger, a hashtag, whatever you want to do, throw it in there. Please, if you can, find the time, drop a comment in the comment section, please. Again, hit that like button. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate that so much. And I am excited that you're excited, Miss Dover Mom. It should be kind of exciting. And based on everything we talked about yesterday, this goes right in line with it. And welcome back, Miss Jules. Good to see you again, sis. Always happy to have you here. It's great to have the intellect. I need it. I need it in here because Lord knows that I ain't got it sometimes. So you guys all keep my head straight on my shoulders. So yeah, absolutely. Great to see you, Jules. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you had a great day yesterday. Awesome, awesome. So yeah, guys, based on what we were talking about, we're gonna have a little time to get some people in here. But based on what with the open discussion yesterday that we ended up talking about, um, we found something that sits in line with what we were talking about. It was something that came on a while back, okay, and it is quite interesting. I'll just put it that way, and it makes a lot of sense with what we've been saying, and what we've been looking at. And again, yes, thank you, Ms. Heather. Guys, if you have not yet done it, please go check out our friend Jules of All Trades, True Crime. She has some really, really amazing stuff over there, folks. Her content, it is great. It is absolutely great. Much respect to what she does. She's very good at what she does. By all means, she should be. And the best thing to get now is that she's got merchandise going, guys. Go check it out. Pick up a coffee mug, pick up a t-shirt, whatever it may be. She's got these great bags over there too, ladies. If you need, a bag to carry your stuff around in, go check them out. Please check them out. There's some pretty cool artwork on these things. So see what I'm seeing. Pick something up. Show her some love. Help her out, guys. White Street. Welcome, Kim. Great to see you. I'm just being honest. I'm speaking the truth, Jules. Speaking the truth. Truth, sorry. We love you over here, so we got to show the support. And we are going to be, hopefully, soon getting to work together again here, digging on something we were talking about the other day. You guys want to check that out when we get together on that. It's always a good time. We kind of did it once before, and it just kind of happened one day. We fell into that whole that house fire story that we fell into. And we worked pretty well together, I thought. So I'm looking forward to it, as always. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Kim, and I hope your headache's gone. I really do. I come here when I need to. What do we got here? Oh, no rush, hon. I'm here. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. You just give me your openings and I'll throw myself in there wherever. You are a busy, busy lady. I get it. Well, thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate that. That's one of my. I had a bunch of DC stuff. I love DC stuff. Rob Deerdeck I'm a big fan of his. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. My wife likes it on me too. I got like probably 75 hats. I've been collecting them. I love hats. But I appreciate that, Miss Heather. Very much so. Well, I definitely hope your headache's gone, Kim. I hate headaches. I absolutely hate headaches. I can't imagine how you could calm your brain over here, but I guess that's a good thing. It's good to hear that. A lot of people say that they come in here when they want to relax or just chill out because it is relaxing in here, and I guess it is. I try to keep it as quiet as I possibly can and as calm and level. We don't usually have, knock on wood, any kind of drama or crap going on in here, so it's nice, believe me. Awesome, awesome, K Dips. I appreciate that, as does she, I'm sure. What is it with Italian? His with great hair, being hat obsessed. You and my hubby both. I don't know. I just threw it on today because it's kind of a scattered mess, but Oh, yes, it can. Yes, it can. Headaches are horrible. It's probably headaches and tooth pain are the two worst pains that you could possibly deal with, guys. I can't stand it. Yes. Yeah, she definitely is. That's correct, Kim. Jules is amazing at what she does. That's for a fact. And she's just a great lady all the way around, guys. Oh yeah, I got. Well, you guys have seen me in how many different hats? I have them all around me too. I got a hat sitting here. Of course, my Alabama hat. Got to show support there. And then I got my Dago, my D hat. It matches my shirt. I got a couple other hats. I love hats. I always have. I just don't wear them as often as I used to because I found out that if you wear hats, that it could very possibly cause baldness. And I ain't going bald because it's bad enough I'm going white, so I'm not going bald. Awesome, awesome. Come on in, folks. What's up on the mic? Great to see you, brother. Right, right. Tooth pain is the worst, man. It is definitely the worst. Definitely the worst. Welcome, Squirrel. It's good to see you guys. All of you guys. It's good to have you here, Squirrel. Welcome, welcome, dear. I hope you're having a good morning, as always. Ouch. Sorry, guys. We'll wait just a little longer to give a couple more people some time to jump in, and we will get the ball rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Where Brandy was, I was hoping to see her this morning so I could wish her a happy birthday in person. Again, for those of you that are just jumping in, our Miss Brandy's birthday is today. She's turning a lovely 29. Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Heather. Again, guys, anybody that may have missed it, I know I say it every day, but I will continue to go check out Squirrel Sandwich's channel and get some daily inspirational, motivational stuff over there to start your day off beautifully with, as well as her amazing photographic art stuff that she's got rolling, guys. And very possibly you may meet up with Mr. Bible Kitty over there. Pretty cool, dude. Gotta tell you. Gotta tell you. Bible Kitty rocks. We love our Bible Kitty. He's been in here once or twice. Check him out, folks. All right. Thank you, Jules. I'm sure she appreciates that. As do I. You got to check out Bible Kitty, Jules. Bible Kitty is awesome. It's hilarious. And he even bakes. He made a cake the other day. The the bake sale. You got to check out the bake sale. Absolutely. That one will get you. We got to get our Miss Molly up out of bed and in here. Come on, Molly, Molly. Yes, yes, the bake sale was something kind of awesome in my opinion. I loved it. Where are you at, Molly girl? Where's the Molly cat? Where's our Molly cat? And yes, everybody, I call Molly a cat. There's a reason why, and there's quite a few people in here that know why. She doesn't usually. The moderator Discord that we have, where we talk back and forth and stuff like that about what we're doing with the show. Very rarely does she speak without having a cat involved. So that's why I call her the Molly cat. I'm good, Heather. You can keep that all to yourself, my dear. I just cannot envision a rat as a pet. It just doesn't. It doesn't fit for me. Welcome, April. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. So very happy to see you. Hope you're having a great day today to start off with. That is awesome. I'm glad to see that you guys did get a notification. Pet rats. I've heard that there's a huge difference between like pet rats that have been bred to be pets and like rats that you find in the streets or in the sewers or the rivers or whatever. There's a big difference in temperament, a big difference in like the body structures and just all of that kind of stuff. So they grind their teeth like a cat purrs. Okay, that's creeping me out. And they're relaxed and cozy when they're relaxed and cozy. That's quite interesting, Miss Heather. Jules, I see what you're saying. Just got back from a new doctor lover. Also be taking a gig with another channel. Okay. What do you mean taking on a gig with another channel? Like you'll be on the channel? Is that what you're saying? Is that what gig means or Oh, I got you. I got you, Kim. So does that mean we won't be seeing you anymore, Dobermom? Which I understand completely. That's okay. If that's what just aside is just oh, it means we won't be seeing you anymore. Okay. No problem. Well, I understand. I was glad to have you here while we did. No worries. Oh, okay. So I'm wrong. Of course, you'll still see me. Okay. I got lost in what you were saying. I'm sorry. I seen you say, huh. Sorry. Back up now. Let's check this out again. So you got a gig with another channel, but we'll still be seeing you. So you're going to be helping out on another channel or something like that. You were saying that's what that means. Okay. What channel is it? I'd love to come support you if you're going to be helping out with the channel. What did Squirrel say? 7 rats per person. That's kind of gross, CC. Now, I understand exactly what you're saying now, Dobermom. I believe I got it right now. Oh, okay then. No worries. Western New York, don't see many rats. Okay. Well, CC, you must live like down in the guts of New York if you're seeing rats like that. That's crazy. You be careful because I don't need them carrying you off somewhere. Absolutely. Congrats on that, Dobermom. It's 7 rats to each person. That's insane. Completely insane. That's what I got out here. Well, okay. Let me put it. I got the field mice here, but where I live is so like countrified. They're not cute little tiny field mice. They're big field mice. They're about the size of rats, most of them. Because they live off of everything out here, they're huge. Well, not huge. I'd say they're probably about that big, field mice. The biggest ones we've seen and caught. I caught a couple in my garage for sure. 45 minutes away from the city. And there it goes, as always. Let's see who this. Hello. Stop calling me. That's a new number, so they just stopped with a different number now. Yeah, the shed. Right. I caught a couple in my garage. There's a couple. They're of course they're in the barn and all over in the backfields. I get them all day long, Jules, all day long. Usually my phone will. Well, the one I just had when I first started, I said to put me on a do not call list, which they're supposed to do. So they just called me with a different number. Imagine that, right? Yeah, I get them all day long, 30 to 40 a day. Wolf rats. Now, when I was living in the city, got 26 people. We'll get kicking here in a minute, guys. Yeah, mine is too. Um, when I lived down in the city when I was growing up, I lived near a hospital, and they were doing road work one time, right? And I was out in the backyard playing baseball with my kids. They were little then, practicing throwing the ball back and forth. And my son went to pick the ball went behind him, and he turned around to go pick the ball up and turned back, and he stopped and he turned back around, and I seen him bend down, and he was like looked like he was getting a pet, and he starts saying, "Is it Dad? There's a cat." And I looked, and it was not a cat, folks. It was a rat about that big that was coming up out of the sewer because they were doing road work down in there. They were like this big around, that big. I swear to God, sewer rats, and it was like freaking me out. And I'm like, "No, don't touch it!" And it ran when I yelled. So big monster looking thing, and it was like black and gray, and ugh, the thought of it just made me sick. But yeah, we the neighborhood that was by the hospital was getting overrun because they were putting in new sewer tiles, those big round concrete things, and they ripped the whole road out. Well, that was disturbing the home to the rats that lived down there, obviously. So they were trying to find somewhere else to go. But yeah, it was a mess for a while. We had them in our backyards all over the place. It was insane. And those ones, I wouldn't be feeding those ones because I think those ones eat people. So good morning, sunshine. Good to see you in all green, meatball. Checking in. I have a dentist appointment, so I'll catch you all later. Absolutely. Good luck with that. Getting them teethers fixed. Be safe out there. Thank you, Miss Heather. Again, folks, anybody that would like to support me and or the channel, I very much would appreciate it via the Venmo link, Cash App, and or the PayPal right there on the front of the screen. It's definitely helpful right around this time. The bills are coming due, and we definitely appreciate it. Thank you so much, folks. We got 26 still. Happy gas always helps, sunshine. It always helps. Good God, I remember doing that stuff. I think I grabbed. I'm ashamed of it. I had caps put on my teeth here, which are not there anymore, as you all have seen. So now I'm just gonna get a whole thing across the top. But anyway, um, they put me under that gas, and I was only like 15 years old. Okay, and I guess I grabbed, not like grabbed maliciously, but grabbed the dental hygienist, the assistant to the dentist, like put my hand on her butt for whatever reason. I don't know what I was singing and looking at the lights above my head. That gas is like no joke. So, excuse me. Yeah, it was interesting to say the least, but I was completely embarrassed. I've seen many of videos of people that are is on that gas and the things that they do. But yeah, when I it's insane, guys. I swear to God, they know when I'm live. Yep. I did see that. I did see that, Keelani. Yeah, on the way home, my mother was telling me vaguely remember that stuff, but I've tried, Kim. They call me with different numbers. It's insane. Are we gonna do it again? No. Okay. So, um, what was I gonna say? So, like, by the time I got home and most of that had worn off, she's like, "Yeah, you grabbed the hygienist, the dental assistant's butt, and you were telling her how pretty she was, and that you didn't have a girlfriend, and this and that, and basically, I was hitting on this woman." And you were singing songs and serenading the dentist and doing. I'm like, good God! And you let me do all this? This is my mother, you know. I'm telling her like, why did you let me do all that? She goes, it was kind of comical. So it is what it is. Don't even trust if it's in your bank with the bank. Hashtag the story I just heard on TikTok. It's so crazy. Oh, I got, yeah, they are. They definitely are, Jules. Definitely are. Kara. I do too, Kim, to an extent for sure. It is it's a big mess. Huge mess. She's right with that one. So yesterday, folks, um, we did open discussion. I had Lisa here, and we talked over some things that we were thinking about in regards to the Idaho, University of Idaho situation. And Brian, welcome, Sherry. Good to see you there again. Great to have you here. And we got involved in a conversation that was pretty interesting. When we put some pieces together like we do, and came up with some different theories and opinions and things, and pure speculative stuff, which is what all of this is, guys. Nothing. I try to go on things based on facts, but we only you can still have facts and speculate the facts that you have and see what that gives you, if that makes any sense to you guys. um yes, well, thank you, Keelan. I appreciate that. Sounds like a page out of my I got you, Mike. I got you. So, and we love to hear that, Sherry. Good to see you. So, again, one of my amazing moderators found some info. It's from a little while back, but it makes sense, and it goes right into what we've been talking about. And it's very important to look at this and to hear this, because it makes plenty of sense. And this is information that was emailed to this person from. By the way, guys, if you see ads, let me know. From a very, how can I put it? Um, a relative source, not relative as in, I'm not saying the right words. A pretty secure source, I would guess, venture to say. Um, and it was before the affidavit came out. Okay. So that being said, when you hear, I'm going to play the audio. It's an audio clip I'm going to show you guys, or have you guys listen to. Okay. And it went in, it's from another creator. And I'm going to have you guys listen to this. Reliable. Thank you. I don't know why I said relative. Thank you, Kim. I'm just not here. Good morning, Miss Vicky. Great to see you as always. So what they're talking about, it completely plays into what we talked about yesterday, and it makes so much sense, folks. So much sense. And again, like I said, being that it came out before the affidavit came out, it kind of blew my mind. So no. We did. That's what actually kind of what we were talking about yesterday, Jules. Um, have a good day. Great, Kiki. That's great to know. So what we um what we talked about yesterday, it plays right in. I mean, it fits in like a glove, guys. So that being said, like I said, it came out in November. Okay. And now it makes so much more sense now with the info that we have now, and which proves that coming out back then at this point in time, it had to have come from somebody that was very reliable, in my opinion. So, that's what we're going to get into, and a little bit based on what Keelani had said with Kara Kernoodle, a little bit of something with that. And that should be the end of the open discussion for the 2 days of that. And hopefully tomorrow's Friday. We should get into something for that. And we'll see what we got going on. And where is Miss Brandy at? Where she's at? Where she's at? Where she is? Oh, Brandy, where are you? I kind of want her to hear this too, because she's been a big part of this. Where are you? Miss Brandy. What is happening, Juan? Good to see you. It is nitrous oxide. Thank you, my friend. Oh, you're okay. Oh, did she squirrel? Okay. Well, I was hoping to get to tell her happy birthday live, but that's okay. She needs to be out enjoying herself, I hope. I hope she is. I very much hope she is. So, I guess we're gonna get kicking on this then. It looks like everybody's here. Anybody else that jumps in, we can just catch them up. No worries. Let me see here. All right. Load, please. Okay. Okay. All right. So, like I said, we're gonna do the audio. I'm not gonna pull the video. Like I said, I don't like to do that. It's another creator, but the audio, and we're going to go over this audio and listen to this and commentate this. Okay. And no, I got you, Jules. No worries. And you were you in here yesterday, Jules, with what we were talking about as far as the house and how about Dylan seeing Brian and about Bethany Funk, where her bedroom was located as compared to where Xana's bedroom was located and Kaylee's and all that. Were you in here for any of that yesterday, Jules? And any of the rest of you guys that were in here should remember what we're talking about. Dover Mom, and there's a couple other people that I believe were definitely involved in that conversation. All right, folks, I'm getting this set up. Give me a second here. All right, good. Okay, good deal, Jules. Okay, here we go. Now, I gotta give the audio that we have that we're reviewing again, based on the fair. Uh, God, guys, you know what I'm trying to say. We're reviewing the audio about this because it relates to what we talked about yesterday with what we've been talking about in regards to the University of Idaho situation. The audio came from a Gray Hughes investigation. We can link that if you guys would want to check him out. And it was emailed to him from somebody. That, and like I said, before the affidavit came out, and he's going to read aloud what was emailed to him. The information, again, like I said, in my opinion, based on what I've heard, comes from a reliable source. Again, because what we're going to hear is stuff that came out before the affidavit came out. So, switch to all messages or live chat. Oh, okay. Is there something I need to do in here? Because I have it clicked on live chat. Welcome, Popper, by the way. So, in turn, that's why we are reviewing this. And I'll be commentating through it, what I think, and asking questions as to what you guys think. And we're off to the races, folks. All right.
A man come in, and they were going to go out of their bed. Again, the probable cause document came out. I just wanted to see what people thought, but that was sort of a little bit of a message to let people know that that information was out there that I had since November 22nd.
And let me know what you guys think as far as the audio goes. If you're hearing it clearly or if I need to get it louder for you guys, please.
Okay. Let me read what was sent to me. One of the survivors saw a man come in, and they were going to go out of their bedroom. Of course, it wasn't strange for people they didn't know.
Hey, Schmooby.
That survivor didn't recognize the person and would.
Okay. First of all, sorry. Welcome, Schmooby. Great to see you. Smoothie Booty. Listen to that part right there again. Based on what we know, listen to that part.
There. So if you go back and find that video, you'll see that it came out before the probable cause document, 1 or 2 days. I don't know how many days before it was. I had also asked a poll question on my channel if they thought that Brian Koberger had bushy eyebrows, and 60% of the people said yes. And this was before, again, the probable cause document came out. I just wanted to see what people thought, but that was sort of a little bit of a message.
Louder. Okay, hold on.
Know that.
Sorry, folks.
That information was out there that I had since November 22nd. Is that better? Let me read what was sent to me. One of the survivors saw a man come in, and they were going to go out of their bedroom.
Now, right there. One of the survivors saw a man come in, not go out or coming out, and they were going to go out of their bedroom. Thank you, Jules. Okay, so that's one thing that is a little different than what we've heard. So whether that was just misinterpreted or misspoken, I don't know, but moving on.
Of course, it wasn't strange for people they didn't know to be there. That survivor didn't recognize the person and was already in their pajamas, so they didn't leave their room and locked the door and went to bed. The person they saw had like their shirt or turtleneck covering their mouth as though they had come in from out of the cold. They didn't see their face, but the person had bushy eyebrows. They are keeping that information from the public as they don't want any retaliation from the perpetrator. The perpetrator did not see the survivor when they were going to leave their room. And when I'm reading through this, some of the stuff is out of order and then other things come back in. I mean, there's different emails that are put together here. Jack, the ex-boyfriend, wasn't asleep, as of course, based on what this person was told. Kaylee told Jack that she wanted a break. Jack was with a friend when Kaylee called those times because she was trying to get Jack to come over. She was intoxicated. So she was persistent and made the statement about them sharing a dog, etc., etc. Jack's friend was teasing Jack about being whipped and that he didn't need to answer every time she called and play by her rules. So he didn't answer. And Maddie.
So what that means, guys, is Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend per se, was awake when they were calling and messaging him, okay? And not sleeping, as was said before, and didn't miss the calls, but he was avoiding the calls because he was hanging out with a friend. He or she, I believe it was a guy, okay? We don't know. But anyway, so he was awake the whole time that was going on and just wasn't responding to the girls when they were calling him.
He said, "We'll call from my phone." This is speculation here, but that's likely what happened. Maddie probably said, "Let's call from my phone and he'll pick it up." But of course he didn't. They were playing lovers' games. Jack is very distraught and having some guilt and will need counseling, as it was told to me. He said if he picked up or had gone over, they may all still be alive. And this is me talking. It also is very possible that
Very possible,
he
Jules,
would have been killed as well. It saved his life, but I
on
absolutely
both
understand
aspects.
that guilt there. Jack was an interesting person early on, but after they cleared him, and after I got this letter here, he became a lot less interesting to me as this.
Now, this was told to this person, Kim, by a source that is close to the people involved in this whole case. So I don't want to say it's a theory per se. I want to say that it, I don't even know how it. There's no way to prove it, so I'm going to say that it's complete speculation, just to be safe with it. Okay, and that's why we're reviewing it because in this sense, we're going to get an opinion of it. Plus, it relates to what we talked about yesterday, and can give you guys a little bit of outlook on something that we were kind of guessing about yesterday, with some of these things that make a lot of sense. Okay, right, basically. Like Joel says, it's their timeline of what they think they know basically, with a little bit of facts sprinkled into it that kind of push it all out together, if that makes sense. And what people is that? Those people would be the people involved in the case: Jack Decor, the girls, and the survivors, so on and so forth. It's somebody that knows them somehow, is connected to them. The person was left unnamed, but based on what is said, like Joel said, it's very possible that it could be Kim. Okay, the Kim that we've all heard on the Drunk Turkey show and so on and so forth. So I don't know for a fact. Okay, so yeah, a little bit more. It's a little more known, Shmooby, because the person, like I said, is being listed as a reliable source because all this information came out before the affidavit, and they know these people. There's one person that is very close to all of these people that this person knows, that this person is very close to. I want to say that it was one of the two survivors, okay? Based on the way this goes. You listen to this. Again, this is one of the reasons why we're reviewing it. And you tell me what you think, but it opened up my eyes to some things that I was a little surprised about. And it, like Heather's saying right there, it includes information that was confirmed by the affidavit, which in turn is not the speculative part of it. It's the factual side of it, okay? And it came out before the affidavit. So this person had some inside information when they probably shouldn't have. No, it's not the 4chan thing. Like I said, there's information confirmed on the affidavit in this. So, which leads me to believe that 90% of what this person is saying would have to be true. So in turn, like I said, that's why we're reviewing it, and we're going to make our decision based on what we think. And again, it relates to what we were saying yesterday and makes some of those things make more sense. Okay. Well, that comes right along here in a moment. One, you'll hear it. Making it believable and reliable. Correct. Thank you, Heather. Well, it depends, Smoothie, on the type of person they're talking to. If they think that the person they're talking to is somebody that, is trustworthy and so on and so forth, they may. And in turn, I agree with you on other senses. So let's listen. And like I said, let me get your guys' opinions on this, because I really Um, this really took me aback. I'll put it that way. So, but now that the information is out there, anyone can use it and create a rumor. Um, on some senses, Sherry, yeah. But like I said, a lot of this stuff is factual stuff that was on the affidavit, but this came out way before the affidavit. So in turn, that tells you that this person knew something before she was supposed to, or he was supposed to, if you know what I'm saying. Reliable people who want the truth told and not the narrative spread. That's a good point. I mean, if they know someone's not being held accountable and the cops aren't doing anything good for them, then speaking that absolutely makes sense, Jules. Absolutely. Thank you. Right, right. Exactly. Makes 100% sense right there. All right, folks, here we go.
All made sense. And back to the email. The survivors heard sounds or a fight or something, but stayed in their room and kept the door locked. They said that no one ever came to their door to try to come in. They called their friends and told them something happened and can they come and see what has happened or what's going on? And that would have been the next morning. And when the friends came over, that's when Ethan was found. And they all ran out of the house and called 911 and reported an unconscious person. They never saw the other three. They were found by law enforcement after responding to the call.
So Ethan was the first one found, and Ethan is the one that provoked the 911 call because they thought that Ethan was just laying face down on the floor, knocked out, okay, unconscious, which is where that came from. Um, well, it goes on, Sherry. There's more to it. Um, right, right, no problem. That's why I thought it was important for you guys to hear this. Um, right, Jules, exactly, but that too. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, Sherry, the right way. It said that they heard something. Right, and that's all changed in here, Deborah Mom. So here you go, guys. Let me
Fight
see.
or something, but stayed in their room and kept the door locked.
See, let me back it up for you,
Let's
Sherry.
call for my phone and he'll pick it up. But of course he didn't. They were playing lovers' games. Jack is very distraught and having some guilt and will need counseling, as it was told to me. He said if he picked up or had gone over, they may all still be alive. And this is me talking. It also is very possible that he would have been killed as well. It saved his life, but I absolutely understand that guilt there. You know, Jack was an interesting person early on, but after they cleared him, and after I got this letter here, he became a lot less interesting to me as this all made sense. And back to the email. The survivors heard sounds or a fight or something, but stayed in their room and kept the door locked.
Now that right there was said that she heard some crying at first, or like somebody talking this and that. Now it's the survivors heard a fight or something like that. And it gets a little bit better here in a second, which is something we weren't told in the affidavit and or by the police. It's being said the correct way. What is what it is. So he purposely ignored her for a reason unrelated, and now it's going to eat him forever. Horrible. That's coming too, Jules. You'll see.
They said that no one ever came to their door to try to come in. They called their friends and told them something happened and can they come and see what has happened or what's going on. And that was
Now, this is the next morning where they're saying they called their friends and said, "Hey, something happened over here. Can you guys come check it out?" They didn't want to be bothered with it. And you notice that they keep saying they, not she, but they, meaning B, F, and DM. Not she, but they. Okay, you got to listen closely to what's being said. Good God. Hold on, guys. Go ahead.
That would have been the next morning. And when the friends came over, that's when Ethan was found. And they all ran out of the house and called 911 and reported an unconscious person. They never saw the other three. They were found by law enforcement after responding to the call. That's exactly what the probable cause document says. And it says almost everything that's in this letter is in the probable cause document. The phone was one of the survivors' phones. They were too nervous or scared to call and then just handed the phone to whomever it was who called 911. Of course, there is nothing known to the public regarding this information, so I can't say they are absolute truths. They are suspecting, and by that I mean those around this case, friends, etc., not necessarily law enforcement, that it was someone that had eyes on Kaylee, and maybe someone that had seen her at one point at one of the bars she frequented and possibly had been rejected by her. Also, the dog is still basically a puppy. I know it looks full grown, but it's still very young, and it's used to a lot of people coming and going. Okay, this is me talking now. I speculated early on that how do we know that the dog wasn't barking? People kept saying, why did the dog bark? Why did the dog bark? Well, now we know that on the probable cause document, the dog did bark. But what she's explaining there is why the dog wouldn't be just really frantically barking all the time because people come and go and the dog's absolutely used to having tons of different people walking in and out of that house. Then on November 23rd, a small little one sentence update. Source said a lot more was seen and heard as you can hear everything in those houses because of the way they were built. All right, then on December 17th, the Jack that was rumored to go to Africa did not go to Africa. That would be Jack S. He was asked by law enforcement to leave because he was receiving threats. He didn't want to leave, and his parents didn't want him to leave, so he's gone into hiding. Source was told that it was Ethan that was found on the floor,
Oh,
face down in the
hold on.
hallway outside the bank. And by that,
I wanted to stop there. Sorry about that. I just let it go. But anywho, um, this part here.
I mean those around this case, friends, etc., not necessarily law enforcement, that it was someone that had eyes on Kaylee, and maybe someone that had seen her at one point at one of the bars she frequented and possibly had been rejected by her.
Right.
Also, the dog is still basically a puppy. I know it looks full grown, but it's still very young, and it's used to
Thank you,
a lot of people
Cece,
coming
so
and
very
going.
much.
Okay, this is me talking now. I speculated early on that how do we know that the dog wasn't barking? People kept saying, why did the dog bark? Why did the dog bark?
The
Well,
dog
now we
was
know that on
barking.
the probable cause document, the dog did bark. But what she's explaining there is why the dog wouldn't be just really frantically barking all the time because people come and go and the dog's absolutely used to having tons of different people walking in and out of that house. Then on November 23rd, a small little one sentence update. Source said a lot more was seen and heard as you can hear everything in those.
Well, that does get talked about too, Sherry, and the reasons why. One thing, there was a gag order put on DM, meaning, and that was done immediately, and it's said in this too, by the way. Um, and and again with the dog, once one of the things the DM said was that the dog was barking, that she had heard the dog barking, but there was a gag order put on. She wasn't allowed to speak at all, and that's what we had touched on yesterday, and I had forgotten about that. But the reason why um, the uh, BF was removed from that list, but then again, yeah, no one in this is really speaking. So, and I think it's all because of the gag order that was put out on everybody. So, right, well, I see what you're saying, Keyline. Okay, but yeah, again, that's coming up here too, Sherry. So,
Houses because of the way they were built.
and this part here, we
They
talked.
are suspecting, and by the
We talked about this yesterday about how we thought that a lot more had to have been heard than what has been spoken by law enforcement, correct? Well, if you listen, it's said right here.
That, I mean, those around this case, friends, etc., not necessarily law enforcement, that it was someone that had eyes on Kaylee, and maybe someone that had seen her at one point at one of the bars she frequented and possibly had been rejected by her. Also, the dog is still basically a puppy. I know it looks full grown,
I went back too
but it's
far
still
again.
very
Sorry.
young, and it's used to a lot of people coming and going. Okay, this is me talking now. I speculated early on that how do we know that the dog wasn't barking? People kept saying, why did the dog bark? Why did the dog bark? Well, now we know that on the probable cause document, the dog did bark. But what she's explaining there is why the dog wouldn't be just really frantically barking all the time because people come and go,
Oh,
and the
okay,
dog's
got you, Dover
absolutely
Mom.
used to having tons of different people walking in and out of that house. Then on November 23rd, a small little one sentence update. Source said a lot more was seen and heard, as you can hear everything in those houses.
Now that was a source that was talked about via the news through a source from law enforcement. From if I remember, these are little things that are put out that you don't catch all the time. Okay, so there was a lot more seen and heard than what has been thought or told. We all gathered that, but it hasn't been told to us until that source had said what they said there. Okay,
Because of the way they were built.
right.
All right, then on December 17th, the Jack that was rumored to go to Africa did not go to Africa.
And that is Jack Showalter, which is the hoodie guy, everybody calls him, that was at the food truck that we all were speculating in regards to his situation. Well, this explains it here.
That would be Jack S. He was asked by law enforcement to leave because he was receiving threats.
And those are the things that nobody knows. Okay. What are you doing over there blocking everybody for, Dober Mom? Oh, you're on your phone. That would be why. I got you. Um, so when everybody said he was in Africa, he was gone. Then he had a friend of his that said, "No, he's here. I've seen him. Been there." The police asked him to hide, basically, because they even took down his mailbox because he was getting so many death threats from people because everybody thought it was him. We all know that. So, um, in turn, that explains other things.
He didn't want to leave, and his parents didn't want him to leave, so he's gone into hiding. Source was told that it was Ethan that was found on the floor, face down in the hallway outside the bedroom.
Now, there's that. Okay, so Ethan was found outside of the bedroom door, Xana's bedroom door, face down in the hallway, which in turn, when the girls called and said, "Hey, something happened here. Can you come over and check this out, please?" She called guys from the fraternity. Yeah, let's try that again. She called guys. They called guys from the fraternity because they're guys and they were girls. You know how that goes. And they had them come over um, to check out to see what had happened. And they came in and found Ethan face down. So now we're getting that part of the story outside the bedroom on the floor. Okay.
It is believed that Ethan was killed first. Now, when they say found,
Now that goes back to what I have been saying, and Lisa was saying, and a couple other people that I know were saying, as far as the order that this happened in. Okay, that he was the first one to be handled per se. Okay, and then Xana, and then the two girls upstairs. So that's the order that this went in. So then when they were saying that Dylan saw him, he was on his way down from the third floor back out through the house to go out the back door. That again relates to yesterday when we were talking about that. Makes sense. And it does make sense, okay?
face down in the hallway, that would be when the friends came over, they saw him. It is believed that Ethan was killed first, then Zaina. And keep in mind, this is me talking again.
And then yes, Sherry, exactly, guys, back to the beginning when Steve was in his frantic freak out and he was saying they didn't have to go upstairs, they chose to go upstairs. Remember that? So This leads me to believe 100% now that Xana and Ethan and Maddie were collateral damage. That Kaylee was the target, period. Okay. Now, in turn, that makes this even more sad than what it already was, to me at least. So, and it's going to explain how he encountered him per se.
Yeah. But this is early on in the investigation, so things may have changed after this. And then went up to kill the two girls. It was normal for Ethan to spend late nights with Zaina, usually leaving between 3 and 4 a.m.
Okay, so there's that. Now this explains, and it's very well possible, Dilbert. I'm just giving you, you know what I mean. But that explains. Here's where I was thinking that this may have happened was that, and the reason why that Ethan was in the house, found in the hallway the way he was. If he was getting ready to leave between 3 or 4 in the morning, well, what time did this go on? Okay, he came out of the room to leave, and they're going to tell you here in a minute that Maddie always walked him down, or that Xana always walked him down to the door, locked the door, and went back to her room or whatever. They were walking out of her room for the night. She was walking him down and encountered this guy. Okay.
He had to return to the frat house as it's against the rules to stay gone overnight. Zaina would walk him out so she could lock the door behind him. It is believed that Ethan was headed out to go back to his frat house and encountered the perp as he was leaving and was stabbed immediately as the perp was surprised by Ethan. Zaina was close behind and was surprised by what had happened, and then the perp and Zaina had an.
Now, let's visualize this, okay? Because this is where I think that DM heard the crying coming from Xana, okay? And then she in turn heard somebody say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Well, no. She probably watched that happen to Dylan, okay, guys? I'm trying to create a picture for you guys, okay? She probably encountered that happening because she was right behind Ethan. And what's up, Alexis? Good to see you. So once that happened, and it happened immediately because it was a surprise to him, so he just went right at him, right? He goes down where you hear the yelling, and then the thud, then the crying. Okay. And then she probably was backing away, and he said, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And then he grabs her, which we're getting to next.
An encounter. The perp grabbed her arm with one hand while pushing her back into the room while he stabbed her with the other.
Exactly.
Hence the defensive wounds / bruising that Zaina had.
Now, again, like I said, he grabs her with one arm, as he said, but he probably said Dylan thought she heard, and he goes at her with holding her with the other hand, and he just said, hence the defensive wounds, where she was probably doing this, okay, and the bruising because he was holding on to her tight, and she wasn't a very big girl. So there's that.
So that information right there is really specific. So I don't know if that was a suggestion made by one of the investigators to the person who shared what they knew with the person who wrote me this email. The perp continued looking for his target, which is believed to be Kaylee. He went upstairs and didn't realize that Maddie would be in the same bed and killed her too. So basically, Ethan, Zaina, and Maddie were collateral damage. That would be if they believed that Kaylee was the target. But as we know, they weren't sure if it was the house or Kaylee. Did the person go in there to kill everybody that was in there? And perhaps the fact that Ethan was there.
Let's see. Heather said up here real quick. Yep, Kim, that's what the dad was alluding to, is that she was the target paired with her injuries being more severe than the rest. And then Sherry said down here that it could also be because she fought back, which both of those are very probable. Okay. Now, he went into Maddie's room. That's correct. Okay. Then the target would have had to be stalking her because that Range Rover was parked there for the very first time that weekend. Right. But again, And I know a lot of people are going back to the new car and that she wasn't supposed to be there. Remember one thing that I had brought up yesterday and once before too, guys, that there's a grand possibility there was somebody else that was eyes for him that was communicating with him, stating this one, and this one is here. They're home now, or go ahead and do your thing, or there's somebody else involved, guys. Don't forget that. Okay, there's got to be, and it's even been stated by law enforcement now, that multiple creators have talked about that they believe that there's somebody involved in this, an accomplice in some senses. Okay, so again, this is all speculative. Nothing is written in stone until we hear it from the court. But I'm just telling you, it is what it is.
Did that create an issue where the person left before they did all the killing that they wanted to do? They may have gone in there to kill all 5 of the women that lived there, but Ethan was there and it created a much larger struggle and there was a lot more noise than.
Which, once again, thinking about the struggling and everything else going on, that really bugs me with the 9-minute timeline. It really does. And I cannot gather. I can't. That 9-minute thing can't be written in stone because there's no way, guys. I'm having such a hard time with that. It drives me insane. So, well, here's the deal, Sherry. I was thinking about that too the other day when we were talking. If Murphy was put into the room before the girls went into the bedroom to go to bed because they didn't want the dog climbing all over them or something, maybe per se, then if they're, how many times a day are you going to do that now, bro? Go get some water. If he came upstairs, now this is a very grand possibility too, because I can imagine not knowing what's going on. There's a dog in a room barking, okay, insanely barking. Maybe he went opposite room because the dog was in that room and he didn't want to approach that room if he wasn't the one that put the dog in there, okay? And just kind of took a guess, but I still think he knew whose rooms were who. I personally do. But what's up, Green Eyes? Good to see you, and I hope you're doing well as well. We don't know he didn't, but the dog was there with the door closed, so he obviously would go to the other room to find his target. That's kind of where I was at with it too, Heather. They can lie to someone else, but I'm not buying it. I got you, Jules. I got you. Well, that's good. That's possible too, Jules. I never thought of that, but that would make a lot of sense, actually. But there was also a comment made that that the girls were sleeping in Maddie's bed, and then he attacked one of them, and the other one woke up during that and tried to run, and he grabbed her. Well, there's more to this, so let's listen to this, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about it. By all means, guys, we will. That's what this is all about. So
he had wanted. It could be when the killer came down the house, or Kaylee, did the person go in there to kill everybody that was in there, and perhaps the fact that Ethan was there, did that create an issue where the person left before they.
Well, the dog was found locked in a bedroom, Sunshine, so that I don't know.
Did all the killing that they wanted to do. They may have gone in there to kill all 5 of the women that lived there, but Ethan was there and it created a much larger struggle and there was a lot more noise than he had wanted. It could be when the killer came down the stairs. I mean, this is something I just thought of as I was talking right here. After the killer went upstairs, let's say he maybe waited outside, that makes sense. Saw that Zana was in the kitchen with the DoorDash or whatever, then walks back to her room, and he waits until maybe 4:10 where all the lights are off again. Then he goes in through the sliding glass door, and then he goes up the stairs, and he kills Maddie and Kaylee upstairs. Then on the way downstairs, Ethan might be leaving right now.
Now, this is the other way it could have happened, okay?
Now, after the DoorDash, maybe you got a sandwich or something is heading out with that. And at that time, when the killer's coming down the stairs, that's when the attack happened on both of them. There's also a theory that I have that he attacked Ethan and Zaina. Ethan was killed. Zaina may have still just been barely alive, but he thought she was dead. And then he went upstairs and killed Kaylee and Madison. Then came back down and he heard crying sounds. And that's when he said, I'm here to help you. And
Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense, especially after what he did.
he goes in and finishes off Zaina. And then that's when he leaves the house right around 4:18 or so, heads out the door. The camera right down the street at 1112 King Road picked up what they described as whimpering sounds, maybe crying, and a loud thud. Kaylee and Madison were killed and were on a bed, so there probably isn't a thud sound associated with them. Plus, you have the bathroom that acts as a buffer for sound coming from that room. So the thud likely would have been Ethan or Zaina. So in the theory that he backtracked back to Zaina, maybe she was on the bed at that time, and then he attacked her one more time. Maybe she tried to get away one more time and then fell to the ground, creating that thud sound. Then the person leaves. So in that scenario, he comes in first, sees Ethan and Zaina, attacks them first, thinks they're both dead, goes upstairs, kills Madison and Kaylee, then comes back downstairs and hears that Zaina's still alive and says he's going to help. And then he attacks her again, and then she ends up on the ground, creating the thud sound. Then he exits the house and speeds away at
No
4:20.
problem. Green eyes.
Again, let me repeat this part in the letter here. The perp continued looking for his target, which is believed to be Kaylee. He went upstairs and didn't realize that Maddie would be in the same bed and killed her too. So basically, Ethan, Zaina, and Maddie were collateral damage. And like I said before, they don't know that quite yet, or they didn't at the time of some of their updates. They weren't sure if an individual was targeted or the house was targeted. They still believe it's some sort of stalker or someone rejected, etc. Kaylee and Maddie used a campus service they have available to them to get home from the food truck. It's a service/app that's available to all students there. It wasn't an Uber or anything. I didn't know that and asked my friend about it. Then, after I
Yeah, there's no way. No way in less than 10 minutes. I told you guys I spoke to a friend of mine that's retired military that is a teacher for mixed martial arts, okay, and has a slight law enforcement background, and told me that there's no way, unless it was a training, unless he trained for the actual target that he went after with no interruptions, obstacles, or anything, that he could have done that in a 9-minute period of time, let alone a 6-minute period of time. Okay. He said, even with training for that target, like running through the whole situation one time before in a training process, he said it would have taken anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes at the very least. Okay. Now, there were obstacles, folks. Ethan is an obstacle. Excuse me, Xana was an obstacle. Maddie was an obstacle, or Kaylee was an obstacle. The whole thing, okay, all the way through. I don't see. Obviously, he didn't train and do it once before the same way. This guy hasn't even narrated it in 10. Right. So I'm also stopping and we're talking, but still, like, it's just the point. Like, it doesn't make sense. Not that way. There she is, everybody. Happy birthday, Miss Brandy. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day, hon. So yeah, that's my problem there. With that part of it. Okay, but there's more still. There's more. There's definitely more.
spoke to my friend today, and she told me about the service. I saw it on a video done 2 weeks ago on another channel. They cannot make any arrests yet as they are waiting on DNA results. So they do have DNA. They are not releasing this information to the media or public, so the perp isn't alerted. And
Now I know some of these things that are being said. We already knew this and this and that. This came out all before that, folks. Understand that. That's why it was based on a reliable source because all this was said and then it was basically reiterated by law enforcement in the affidavit and other conversations. So that makes the reliability a lot better in that sense. So
and have any opportunity to run or to do whatever, like kill themselves. She wasn't sure who they were. Whomever found Ethan did see blood, but they thought maybe he had fallen. So when the students arrived after Dylan called them, they did find Ethan, but they thought maybe he had fallen, tripped, etc., and hit his head or something. They didn't know he had been stabbed yet.
okay, so there's that. Um, was he driving the car or someone else? He could have been in there a lot longer and ran through the woods. All of that, absolutely. And we talked yesterday, Sherry, about the fact that there's a big that it's been talked about that there could have been somebody driving him and dropped him off and picked him back up, and they just drove around waiting. Um, as a speculative possibility is all that was. But we're just saying that that was talked about too. Um, that would mean there was like no blood, right? And that's not. We know there wasn't. So, and again, thank you, Heather. Again, anybody that would like to support me in the channel, there are the links for the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, and it would be very much appreciated at this point. Thank you so much, folks. Very, very much. April. Oh, okay. You were saying happy birthday to Brandy. I hope you are having a great day today. Right, Jules. Exactly. Uh, Anywho, let me move on. Another funky call.
Everyone's silence is because they're protecting those that could be witnesses or under suspicion and to throw off the killer. And that's why I didn't put the information out there when I got it, because I didn't want to create any issues of safety for the individuals that that information was trying to protect. Another thing, Hoodie Guy is one of their friends, and he was at the Corner Club bar with them, and they left at the same time. He walked with them, but was broke and didn't want anything to eat. He stayed back away from them because he didn't want to be obligated to pay for their food because he's a guy. Their ride showed up, and then he left to return to his house dorm as it was close by. He went on foot and wasn't driving. I thought maybe he walked back there because there's a parking area back there, but apparently he might live off in that direction. Then I got another email last night that came in during the show, and it was an update. It said, she told me the story again and explained it a little bit more. It's nothing earth shattering, but she said that Dylan did say she heard noises, voices, crying, and at first she didn't really think anything of them. But then it got where she realized something.
Now, this part is very interesting to me based on what we talked about yesterday. So listen close to this, guys. Very interesting to me. Here's the thing. Whoever this person is talking to Dylan firsthand, and that person is passing this on. That's what this is, guys, just so you know. Because Dylan has not been able to talk to anybody or put anything out there. So that's where this is coming from. Right. That's what I just said, Jules. Right. So this story is coming directly from Dylan. Okay. That which is he didn't bring that up until this part of the thing. So yeah. But yeah, this makes sense in a lot of different ways, and that's why I wanted you guys to hear it based on what we did yesterday. So okay, let's go to that part again.
Something was wrong. She froze in fear. As we all know, email last night came in
Okay.
during the show, and it was an update. It said, she told me the story again and explained it a little bit more. It's nothing earth shattering, but she said that Dylan did say she heard noises, voices, crying, and at first she didn't really think anything of them. But then it got where she realized something was wrong. She froze in fear, as we all know, and closed and locked her door. She was waiting for someone to come out and say something, or for Maddie and Kaylee to come.
Now, the we has been said again, Dylan and the other one. Right. Hold on.
He went on foot and wasn't driving. I
Too far.
said she told me the story again and explained it a little bit more. It's nothing earth shattering, but she said that Dylan did say she heard noises, voices, crying, and at first she didn't really think anything of them. But then it got where she realized something was wrong. She froze in fear, as we all know, and closed and locked her door. She was waiting for someone to come out and say something, or for Maddie and Kate.
Yeah, I heard what you were listening to, Jules. I got you. Right. That makes him even more lucky. He targets multiple targets that just haven't lived in. Okay, I see what you're saying there. And she said that Dylan did say, right, right. So the person is getting this from Dylan and then wrote the email to him. So it was direct and then over. So yeah. Well, one, let me hear it again.
Earth shattering, but she said that Dylan did say she heard noises, voices, crying, and if
Okay, so the person she said that Dylan did say so. Yeah, it's a two-party scenario. You're right, Jules. I got you. Absolutely.
first she didn't really think anything of them. But then it got where she realized something was wrong. She froze in fear, as we all know, and closed and locked her door. She was waiting for someone to come out and say something, or for Maddie and Kaylee to come down the stairs. She was petrified and didn't want to see what had happened.
Right, and that's a good point, Keelani and Jules. So yeah, we now know this is a second-party scenario. So somebody spoke to a person that's very close to Dylan, obviously, and that the somebody that spoke to that person sent the email to him. So it's a two-party scenario, guys. Gotcha. Yeah, I can get that to you as soon as we're done with all this, Vicky. No worries.
She kept waiting, and no one called out, and no one came downstairs. She also didn't know if someone may still be in the house. It started getting late, and she got to the point she couldn't wait anymore, and that's when she called her friends. She said something to the effect of, "Something happened here. I don't know what, but please come and see what happened and bring everyone."
Okay, now there's that. So it was getting late, so she waited all that time. Absolutely, Miss Vicky, no problems. But was in her room, froze in fear, it's saying so on and so forth, but then called her friends, which we all know. And I think this explains why she didn't call 911 or something like that to an extent. Um, well, early morning, it was they probably bring everyone, yes. It's called the Idaho 4 Inside Information Before Probable Cause, is what that video was. Um, so I'll keep going with it.
So whomever she spoke to agreed. She gave them the code to the front door, and they came over and discovered what happened. We have heard about how the door was open at 8:30 in the morning, but do we really know that that is a real thing? I mean, somebody claimed that, but how do we know that that's an actual thing that happened?
And that's a problem I have. Come over and bring everyone. Who's everyone? And why? You see what I'm saying, guys? That's off to me. I'm sorry.
If it was wide open, there wouldn't really be need. So even if it was open, Dylan wouldn't know that it was open. So would have given the code to those friends, and when they came over, they just would have gone in. They wouldn't have needed the code. It would be interesting to know when the friends came over, did they need to use the keypad to get in? Because that would mean the door would be shut when they got there. So somebody came over and shut the door after 8:30. That would be something interesting to know about. So again,
Maybe
so whomever
Dobermom.
she spoke to agreed. She gave them the code to the front door, and then they came over and discovered what happened. My friend said that Jack D asked Dylan, "Why didn't you call the police right away?"
And there it is. So Jack Decor was there. Must have been one of the first ones called. And he came at that point, okay, and said, something happened here. I don't know what, but something happened here. He shows up and says to Dylan, why didn't you call the police right away? Even he said that. And we're going to hear what she said.
She said, "I don't know. I don't know. I was scared. I didn't know what to do." That may not be the exact quote, but somewhere along those lines.
Right. Everybody knows the
These things
cops.
told by Dylan were in the very beginning of the investigation.
So he still didn't contact the family, though. Right. Exactly.
Because within
Well, no, there ended up being family members there. Somebody contacted them. That's going to get said here in a minute, too.
a few days of the murders, Dylan and Bethany Funk were put under police protection and no one was allowed to talk to them or come visit.
And Ethan's brother and sister were called. They came over. Jack Decor came over. A few other people came over. I believe Adam was there. Everybody ended up over there, okay? And then, like you said, yeah, they heard from a cousin, which was unheard of. That's ridiculous. But yeah, I think Steve ended up being the one that went over there. Um, and there was a couple other family members, which would have been considered to be Ethan's brother and sister. Kaylee's mom said they were watching football when a cousin called at 1 and Kaylee had been shot. Yeah, that's true. That is what was said. So where was Jack calling the family before 1 p.m.? I don't know. Must have been right from right there. If he was there, I don't see him leaving the scene detainment at any time soon after, though. Okay, well, and here's the thing, folks. Football games start at 1 p.m. That's the first game on Sundays or whatever. They start at 1 p.m. So was he called before or wait a minute? What date was this on? Saturday? Even college games on Saturdays start at what time do they start? 1 or later? Well, there's a time difference with me and them too, so I got to think about that. But anyway, I'm just trying to put the time thing together. 11 a.m. there. Okay. So he drove to their house, not a phone call. That's weird. Okay, hold. I'll finish going. Sorry, or keep going. Sorry.
Them, etc. She told me they took their cell phones, laptops, and internet access. There were police posts
I'll back that up in case you guys missed that. This is about the survivors, they call them.
in the very beginning of the investigation. Because within a few days of the murders, Dylan and Bethany Funk were put under police protection and no one was allowed to talk to them or come visit them, etc. She told me they took their cell phones, laptops, and internet access. There were police posted outside their homes, so the source in this case hasn't spoken to her since then. They also were protecting Jack S., and she said they even took down his mailbox because of death threats, with people saying things like, "We're going to do to you what you did to them," etc. That's why Dylan and Bethany weren't heard from or had even spoken to the victim's family. I'm questioning the order of the murders too. So this is like this person is writing me watches my show too, but things change over time regarding the sequencing. So early on, maybe they thought that Zena and Ethan were first, but maybe since then have changed their opinion. I don't really know. It says in here though, I'm questioning the order of the murders too since the affidavit. But I got the information from my friend 2 or 3 days after the murders. I think I have texts from the friend starting on the 15th and 16th. I emailed you several days after that with the info. So maybe in the beginning, that's what they thought, and additional information and evidence came along and changed it. She also told me that the owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders tried to get whatever surveillance equipment they seized back. But
They took the survivors' phones, computers, anything that they could use for communication purposes. Okay, they took it all from them. Um, I know he stripped down and they took photos, but if Jack was one of the everyone called, then he was there and knew hours before the cousin called the family. Why? I right, I get it. I get it. What went on in that period of time? You know what I'm saying? Kaylee's mom said that about Jack and the phones were taken. Yes, the phones were taken, as well as there were cameras on the property, folks, that were taken off the property. We're getting to that next, but there was cameras all over that property, and each one of them were taken.
but they were told they couldn't get it back because it's now part of the evidence. So that kind of tells me it had something pretty important on it. Her stepdaughter is not moving back to that house. She's going to the sorority house. So maybe that house.
Okay, so here we are. That is this is Dylan's stepmother that is telling this story. Then I think I just grabbed. Yeah, I think that's what that meant. No, I absolutely agree, Jules. I absolutely agree. So Dylan has a stepmother. I didn't know, and or the ex roommate stepmother. I'm sorry. Thank you, Heather. Sorry. That makes sense. Okay, and that is the person that was talking to Dylan. There we go. I got myself all discombobulated again. Replay that last bit about the stepmom. Yes, ma'am. Boss, ma'am.
Information and evidence came along and changed it. She also told me that the owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders tried to get whatever surveillance equipment.
No. Okay, so the owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders. That's only one of those girls. So that would be then it would have to be Dylan or Bethany, right? Lived in at the time of the murders.
Zena and Ethan were first, but maybe since then have changed their opinion. I don't really know. It says in here, though, I'm questioning the order of the murders too since the affidavit. But I got the information from my friend 2 or 3 days after the murders. I think I have texts from the friend starting on the 15th and 16th. I emailed you several days after that with the info. So maybe in the beginning, that's what they thought, and additional information and evidence came along and changed it. She also told me that the owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders.
The owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders. So it was one of the girls that lived there. Their stepmother is the one that was telling the story to the friend, and the friend emailed it to him. Did you guys get it? Or do you want me to do it again? You want me to do it again? Okay.
I think I have texts from the friend starting on the 15th and 16th. I emailed you several days after that with the info. So maybe in the beginning, that's what they thought, and additional information and evidence came along and changed it. She also told me that the owner of the house her stepdaughter lived in at the time of the murders tried to get whatever surveillance equipment they seized back, but they were told they couldn't get it back because it's now part of the evidence. So
What's the matter, Green Eyes? It would be security from a different house very near there where I was gathering. They're talking about the house itself because initially they had the owner had wanted the security cameras back that police took when this happened. Yeah, that is kind of rude. And so there were security cameras on the house that the murder happened in initially, and they were taken by law enforcement to go over them and so on and so forth. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Green Eyes.
that kind of tells me it had something pretty important on it. Her stepdaughter is not moving back to that house. She's going to the sorority house. So maybe that house was the 1112 King Road. Also, she didn't know anything about the DoorDash delivery.
So this is stating that the people who own the 1122 King Road house want their security equipment back from what it sounds like. Yeah, okay. That house did not have surveillance. The house next door did. That's what it was. I'm sorry. Good Lord. It's so confusing at times. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting myself confused for no reason. Thank you, Sherry. Yes, you're correct. Right. Drop another couple Benjamins. Stepdaughter must be. Well, both of those girls were in sorority, so it could be either one. Um, no, I got it now, Jules. It makes sense. No, they're talking about somebody that lived in the house because she said she's not going back to that house. She's going to be living at the sorority now when she goes back because they were both in the sorority. So we'll see if there's any more from here. But
And it says, thanks as always, and helping to stop some of the crazy theories and rumors people have out there. Well, no problem. Okay, so that is going to do it for this.
all right, well there that is. Okay, and that's it. Um, yeah, I wouldn't go back there either. Not even a little bit. Um, not at all. Let me refill my cup real quick, guys. Talk amongst yourself for a quick second. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. I got more fluid to keep my mouth from drying out. Okay, Life, Love, and True Crime, welcome. Yeah, that is kind of crazy with the camera thing. Like, they're having they're in the middle of a murder investigation, and you're worried about your equipment. Like, they're never gonna get it back. Kind of sad. I would burn the house down as well. So anyway, there is all of that. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. Good to have you all here again. Like I said, so there is that part of it. Okay. And like I said, it very much relates to yesterday's conversation. Gives us some more insight and some coming from somebody that obviously spoke directly to Dylan. Okay, in some senses. Okay, and the things like I said were this was put out before the affidavit was put out, so these things were, you know, easier to look at and listen to, obviously. Now there's multiple people, you guys. I wondered that myself, and I wondered if I missed it, maybe even Jules, but I don't see one. I haven't heard. I went back and looked everywhere I could, and there has not been a specified alibi put out anywhere. Oh, you did, Heather? Well, thank you, Heather. 1 second, folks. There's not yet been any kind of specified alibi put forth. Not even recent. Nothing. Not even remotely. Okay. Absolutely, Miss Vicky. Absolutely. So, that in turn makes me wonder. Okay, in your opinion, Jules, because of your education and stuff like that, I've never seen that happen in any case that I've ever looked at. So, what do you think that's all about? Thank you, Heather. It's still up there from before. I didn't even take it down, but thank you, Heather, very much. Do you have any kind of I don't know, like any idea with that, Jules? There was a Ford Taurus I saw, but I don't think that was one of theirs. I think one of them does not have a car. Right, exactly. Why won't this work for me? Let's try it again. There it is. Okay, let's see what we got here, folks. Move that. Is all it seems like to me. I've never seen anybody not put out an alibi like almost immediately on any case ever. There's been nothing said, nothing put out. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Heather. I saw that earlier and I completely forgot with all this. So, you guys all remember the phone call that went into the T-Rev podcast? I don't know if you guys remember that or not. And everybody thought it was actually Brian Koberger calling in. Do you all remember that? There was a phone call that came in to the T-Rev podcast. It's another show. Okay. and everybody had said, that it was Brian Koberger, blah blah blah, and and Jules has said, yeah, it was debunked. Well, there was something put out. Thank you, Miss Heather. Found this for me, of course, and I consider it's called "We Have the Final Answer." Okay, well, I was gonna put that up for you guys to show you what that was real quick. It is a mess, of course. Um, so you've seen it and you've seen it. Okay, well, I'll play it real quick for those of you that haven't, and it'll give you guys the answer to that question for those of you that didn't know. Okay. So there are two issues with what was brought up previously. That question, this account, where the blood is viewed on the outside wall of the house conflicts with the location of Ethan and Xana's bodies. But well, no, not necessarily, because that could have came from the third floor, Keelani. What's up on the mic? I'll look in its comments. Right. Okay. Yeah. Not Xana's. You go above Xana's room to the third floor. That's where I think the blood came from. See. What's going on, brother? Another forget. Oh, look at this. Okay. That's fine. Keelani. Anywho, let me play this for you guys real quick to see. And again, we'll continue to speak about it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We set this.
And this is from, like you said, HTC or Hidden True Crime, for you guys that didn't know. That was Kaylee's room. Well, when we looked yesterday, when we looked at the diagram of the house, I was pretty sure. Now, wait a minute. Well, he probably could be drunk, life, and love over Xana's room. Came from Xana's room. Well, if he backed her up into the room as he was doing what he was doing, if the blood got on the floor and kind of dripped down, because that house is built. Sun tanning. I don't want to hear it, dude. It's freezing here. Oh my God, I need a cigarette, you guys. I gotta quit smoking, but I need a cigarette in the worst way. Well, Lori Johnson, welcome. Good to see you. It's been a minute. I guess we're gonna have to go back and look at that then again, because that is a question now that you have me thinking about. Both of you guys, because I thought when we looked at that, unless I must have had that flipped around yesterday when I was looking at it. Okay. Well, let's get through this real fast, and I guess we will go back and relook at that.
Live up, and there was more that we had to discuss, and some technical difficulties, and I did not want to wait with what we have uncovered and figured out here at Hidden True Crime. And the basis of this is, we talked about it on our channel, the speculation that's been going on for 2 months that a podcaster named T-Rev received a call from somebody that, and then it circulated the web.
My son does those. I tried. I can't. They kill my lungs, Jules. I've tried them. He smokes or vapes those. I wish I could vape, because then I could get off of it. 82 degrees. I don't want to hear it. It's 11 degrees here. I wish I could, though. I really do. Thank you, though, for the info, Jules. I appreciate that.
Far and wide within the true crime community that this person was likely Brian Koberger. After Brian Koberger was arrested, friends of Brian Koberger came forward and said, "This sounds like Brian." You can find plenty of them all over, excuse me, the YouTube and the web. It's made people wondering if indeed this could possibly be Brian Koberger that called into TREV's channel. Dr. John and I even discussed this, what would mean if it was indeed Brian Koberger, and we weren't able to confirm it then the night we discussed it on Friday. We had to say, we are not sure, but we want to talk about this and what it means. And so we want you to know that we have actually, at Hidden True Crime, been working around the clock to try to confirm this in every possible way. We have been using resources. TREV has been willing and helpful as well with some information. We've included the Hidden True Crime team on this. We thought if we can find visual snow posts on the web, we can certainly put a rest to this question mark that everybody's had for a very long time. You know what I feel like right now, by the way? I don't know if you watched more, John. I feel like we're in the Maury show where they're doing like the DNA envelope and they've got it. They've got the results.
Right.
And
you feel like
you're about to open it.
You're about to announce somebody's baby daddy.
Yeah. I'm like kind of like, you know, just hanging on to this. We have the answer. We have the answer.
You have the manila envelope.
Yeah. Fiddle DD says that they are on the edge of their seat. Excuse me. I just read someone else's in Australia. Forgive me. It's late. Yes, you are the.
What's that with the visual snow thing? What's that? What's the issue you have with that, Jules? I'm interested. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's have it. Do you not support that, or do you have an issue with the way that worked or works? Or do you want me to wait until this is done real quick and then we'll talk about it? These two people, Miss Vicky, are they do Hidden True Crime. It's another channel, and they're the ones that have the quote unquote answer to the whole. Thank you, Heather. That whether that was Brian or not Brian, which everybody knows it's not, but this is who it was, and so on and so forth. Thank you, CC.
The father, Amy in Boston says. So, okay, I will not state any further. We have the answer here at Hidden True Crime.
That's what I said the other day too, Jules, because in fact, I clarified that. Like if you have visual snow going on and that's why he didn't see her, how did he do what he did with the other people is what I was saying in the dark. That was word for word what I said. It doesn't make sense. That makes zero sense to me at all. So which way are we going to go with it? Exactly. It can't be both. I agree with you 150% on that one. Actually, yeah, Mike, he does look like the bigger version of that guy. Little People, Big World. That, yes, you're absolutely right. And the other issue brought up when it was first released was that its account is hard to align with Ethan and that Xana didn't scream out or call while the suspect attacked him. I said that too, and I wonder if, like I said, that there was more talked or more heard and seen, they said. Okay, or they saw there was more seen and heard than what we know. And I think there was more of that, like you just said, more screaming or yelling. Would he not have had like driving restrictions? Yeah, that was a question I had too. That doesn't mean that he abided by them, but he drove all the way from Washington to PA. And he's got a visual impairment that makes no sense to me. Yeah, guttural screaming. Thank you. That's what I said. Is that Molly? Good golly. Good golly, good golly. It's Molly. There's our Molly cat. Good to see you, Miss Molly. Thank you for joining us today. If you came in earlier and I didn't see you, I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't see you, so my apologies. So yes, let's get through this real fast, guys, and then we'll move on to some talking.
I don't have an envelope. The final answer is Koberger. John and I have now talked to the gentleman that called us in December. We've talked now a couple times. We tell you what we talked about in our conversations. John can confirm that we confirmed the information that he relayed. We've confirmed the voice. We've confirmed the phone number. We've confirmed a background check. So we won't dig into his by sharing anything that we talked about, right, John? Like we're going to keep that
right. So we know it's not Koberger. I'm sure the FBI may have done this a while ago, but speculation. And as you said, that there was some compelling evidence here. You know, Casey Arntz, who was a friend of Koberger's for 4 years, was him. For people on TikTok doing voice comparisons, they thought it was him. There.
Hold on, I'll pause it for a minute and see if we can work that out. I'm trying, folks. Again, it's very possibly my shitty net. Because you all know how that works. Okay, let's see what happens now.
And it doesn't help. It doesn't help that there's a gag order on FBI. So everyone's like, "Well, I'm sure the FBI's figured it out, right?" But how do we know? And certainly the true crime community.
Yeah, and also the caller, whom we will now call Demo. The caller was insightful. The caller, as I pointed out, the caller had a pretty good handle on Koberger's motivations, and so that was compelling too. In other words, we're even looking at there was some behavioral evidence that it could have been Koberger. So
yeah, Julie Holden is stating that they'd love to know why you made about 10 Sigma members asking how to commit the perfect murder. You know, we can't share again what this person stated to us. We can ask Demo ourselves.
No worries.
So we're gonna invite Demo on right now.
hello, Demo.
Hello.
This is
the big reveal. You are the caller that everybody's been speculating about for the last 2 months. Thanks for joining us.
will the real Demo please stand up? Hello.
You can call me Mad Dog too. That's the other name I go by. Is Mad Dog.
That may not help your case, by the way, but okay, all right.
Well, I'm not defending myself for anything because
no, I know.
All I did was called a stupid.
You have regrets? Do you have regrets calling in?
Absolutely. Never do that. Ever. Never call into anything. Not good, especially
We had
on
to
the
do some
YouTube.
coercing to get you on here. We definitely had to do some convincing.
Absolutely. Sorry, on camera right here.
I agree with whoever said that. I think this guy's drunk too. Sorry, just not being disrespectful, but it just looks like it. So
Yeah,
you're good.
Well,
you're good. It's YouTube. Don't worry about it.
And saying we appreciate T-Rev. T-Rev said, "Hey, look, I trust the Hidden True Crime team. He gave us some important information." Well, I reached out to T-Rev tonight too to say, "Hey, do you want to jump on? We could have had like a whole reunion." What
yes,
would that be?
Heather.
Like it's either a big class reunion here.
I don't want to talk to that guy.
Yeah, it's been a hard 2 months for you, and
well, yeah, it's not been hard. It's just like he's so it's yeah, not into it.
Could you talk a little bit about that call? Could you talk a little bit about your interest in calling in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So earlier in the day, I was watching stuff on my phone about the Moscow murders, and I came across T-Rev, and like he had people calling in, and he seemed like he was pretty cool, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, great. And then I went about my day and did some stuff, and then later in the night, I was hanging out at my house and drinking some beers, and his channel came up again, and then it seemed like not much was going on, so I called in. And that was it. So basically, the call that has people all up in arms was just a dude hanging out at his house, going, I wonder if this is why this happened. That was it.
Some beers.
Well, I give you credit. You had some good insights into the case. So the call was interesting. I think part of the year was interesting enough that people took it seriously.
So I'm trying to get my camera right here. Well, honestly, I was embarrassed about my insights. To be honest with you, it's like, well, it seemed kind of silly. So.
Yeah. Tell us. Well, I'm going to ask you questions, and you just answer what you want. You can say I don't. We talked earlier today, and you sort of shared what you were trying to convey on the phone.
Yeah.
To him. Do you want to explain that? Because there are a few people asking here, and we can see these chats coming through. I don't know if you can see those, but people are asking, what you were trying to convey. I think, well, I'll let you talk.
I wasn't trying to convey anything other than so this would be the same thing as some or the whatever, and going like, it's just conjecture. That was it. There was nothing
right
interesting about it. Like, I don't have a just talk about it. It's like how people get along.
And can I state some things
application? So
yeah. Right. So you were.
Yeah, I can see it's buffering out here, so it's probably dragging for you guys. I'm sorry. I paused it. Like I said, it's got to be my internet once again. I have to call and cut somebody out again today. See if this is better.
We've done our due diligence. We have looked into. We know a lot about.
You looked into me.
Yeah, we looked into him. So yes, he did indeed work.
So I'm a bad lover.
I know everything about you. No, I don't know everything about you. But I do know a good amount, and we'll make sure that people stop trying to find out everything about you. And that's what was sort of happening with all of this,
This guy's a trip, folks. Yeah, I know. Especially considering with what I try to do with this, and they know what I try to do, and they just don't care. They've said they've fixed it how many times, and it's still doing the same exact thing. And there's nothing else in my house running on it right now. Nothing. The only thing that's going on right now, which is probably what it is the wind is blowing outside right now. So after Brian was caught, he didn't call back all the times. G-Rev tried him back. Sounds like he did that on purpose. Yeah, I kind of gathered that too, Kim. Definitely. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree. I wish this would just play correctly. It's unbelievable that this does this so regularly. And it's showing me right now. See, before it said I had an excellent sketch, or does it say it now? No, it doesn't. Actually, let me try this. See if this changes things. It probably won't. But we'll see. All right, Heather.
I guess so.
Yeah. So you know, you had these kind of casual conversations when people would come into the bar, and it could be a person. There's a Sigma Chi chapter near you as well.
No, wrong.
No, wrong. Okay, tell.
It's just saying, like, I must have worked with I don't know how many, and I don't want to get nice word.
Wait, yeah.
So I must have worked
Ish.
with at least 1 to 30 Sigma Chi's while I worked at that bar.
Mm-hmm.
Probably more like 5 to 10, like I said the first time. But you know, it's like they say stuff like, "Oh, hey," and this isn't like while you're clocking in and doing whatever. This is like, you know, after work and you're having some beers together because it's a bar, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
If you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? My answer has always been, I don't know, because honestly, I'm probably not smart enough to do that. But
Right.
people ask questions like that. It's not an uncommon question to ask. And in a weird way, I feel like I'm starting this whole thing over again that got me in trouble in the first place. So
well, yeah, and we can move on. And so let me state this: it doesn't matter how many numbers you said. It matter ish, people ish. As he explained, he was enjoying a night at home. He called in. He wasn't a journalist calling in saying, "Here, 15 years ago, you called in." It was a casual conversation.
Right, Sherry.
I already see some discussion going on in chat about what numbers. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This innocent call-in, it, you know, that we've all been speculating on for 2 months fairly. I think at this point to say, here he is, it doesn't matter. Those things don't matter anymore, and that we need to give you a break.
If I was trying to
speculating on this.
Yeah, if I was trying to confess to a murder or saying I know who did this murder, I wouldn't call the T-Rev podcast or YouTube channel or whatever. That's crazy. Who would do that?
Right.
So yeah, no, it's not that.
Yeah. You know, and like John was very compelled with. He thought it was very compelling what you said, right, John? I mean, again.
Well, I think that I think Kohlberger was very concerned about committing the perfect murder. So I think it was interesting that Demo was hearing the same thing from Sigma Chi members. I know some fraternity people, and I've never heard them talk about that, but you know, I could understand how if a bunch of Sigma Chi's are drinking and having a good time, you know, partying, that maybe that's something they would talk about. So
that people talk about this all the time.
Yeah,
I think like people say, "Oh, if you're going to kill someone, how would you get away with that?" Oh, well, I would do this, and I would do that, and I would do that. Blah, 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 blah. Conjecture.
I agree.
It's a thing. It's I mean, maybe I live in a weird, closed off part of the world. I think it's common that people talk about that kind of stuff. I mean, we have like murder shows all over the TV. I mean,
Murder shows.
how many shows on your TV are about murder or your whatever? Like, it's crazy to not think that wouldn't be people talk about.
Right. I mean, the bottom line is that the bottom line is you did nothing wrong. You just called a show, and then it affected your life. And I mean, so we're not, you know, don't hear us as we're not grilling you about.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
we're not. We're
We're not grilling you about it. Hear your side of the story and.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to chastise you. I'm just like, when I say like what I'm saying, I'm just saying like this is how people talk like this. Like it's dark, but that's how people.
Okay. I don't know where he lives or what he does. I mean, I know he's a bartender, but I don't have these conversations just like Joel's just said. And I've not heard too many conversations where they're talking about how to get away with murder, guys. I've just never heard it, you know, other than on a TV show. Not in a group of real people, definitely not in a bar. So no, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, I have a tendency to beg to differ with him as far as that goes.
People talk.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that you're a murderer. And I
truthfully think that he's under the influence of alcohol, Kim. That's why I think he's acting like that and talking that way.
Right.
And I will never do that again. And I advise anyone out there ever, because chances are your phone number will be released text messages from a bunch of kooks. No one wants that.
Right.
Kooks.
Right. We got it. Yeah. No misunderstanding there.
Kook.
Yeah, no misunderstanding. I think the bottom line is, guys, like we've been just the heck out of this.
It looks like the guy standing there with his phone going like this. That's how that's what the camera's doing.
Conversation you had for 2 months, and it's time to stop.
Yeah, it should be put to rest for sure.
He regrets calling in.
Absolutely.
And now he's talking about it because we've asked him to, and he's willing to.
Take another drink, Bubba.
But he's doing this now to clear things up, not for more attention. He's saying, can we put this to bed? Can we stop? So no, do that as a community.
What the hell? I mean, really?
Oh, and we should mention that the only reason we're having this conversation is because I thought that you were Dominion Energy calling me.
I lucked out. I had the right phone number, I guess. I had the right phone number for Demo to answer. Thank heavens.
I thought I was going to get a rebate on my energy efficient appliances.
Wow.
I wasn't calling either, so I just lucked out this time.
I
was persistent.
I'm sorry, Demo, but we can't help you with that. We're not a utility.
Well,
I'm not sure what we are, but we're not a utility.
If I'm ever in Las Vegas, can I stay there?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, and you know what? If I'm ever in your area, maybe you can show me a good bar. It's clearly,
I
don't know if I want to go to the bars where you were because of the conversations happening.
You definitely don't want to go to the Sigma Chi house.
No.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah. So we really appreciate you coming on, and whatever our community can do to dispel this rumor would be very helpful for
That I don't know, Kilani.
I think we need no more. I mean, we could sit here.
I have Dominion here
There's
too.
nothing else. Here he is.
Well,
In the flesh.
There's a
Mystery
positive
solved.
side to this, and that is that you have all these people looking into my call into a live stream on YouTube, and that distracts them and gets them out of the road of the actual people that are doing the work, is the FBI and the police. So I don't know, maybe I'm gonna get like some kind of award for that. They're like, hey, you kept them out of the road.
Wow.
Yes.
And
Right.
I'm joking. I'm not gonna get into
No,
it,
I know.
but like, you know what I mean. It's crazy that you make a call. I should never do that. So like, yeah, my message would be to people, like, never call into anything that's a live stream on YouTube, and never call into anything.
Well,
Don't put your neck out.
maybe you shouldn't call in and talk about. I have callers, and I've never had this problem. I have people in here constantly talking about it. I've never had this problem. It's what you talk about when you call people is what the problem is.
Stupid.
And you probably shouldn't call while you're drunk either. That's just just another maybe for me. But
Because then, and you guys seem like very nice people,
Thank you.
but do you want to get your phone blown up by strangers? Somebody is like, I wonder if this is what happened. It's crazy.
Right. When it's happened to many people, when they do
that
have
too,
something like
Jules,
this, the world
absolutely.
speculates.
That's
Yeah.
a fact too, hon. Makes a big
And
difference.
I think it shows that way, but
Okay.
Right.
But
it's
a
a
thing.
your signature.
it's a thing. I don't know. I mean, again, I think you guys are like, seem super awesome and nice, and I appreciate getting a chance to just, get my like baloney. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. We can help. We were all seeing, because we all wondered, is this Brian Koberger? There are all these things.
Hold on, sorry.
Yeah,
Leave here.
yeah. It's this whole thing has been like, the tractor. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself in focus here. The tractor
Yeah, okay.
got stuck in a ditch. We're gonna go look at the sock in the guest room. That's what this has been. I'm the sock in the guest room. It's like, I have
Doesn't
nothing
make
to
any
do
sense.
with this.
Made
It's
no
crazy.
sense.
Yeah. Well, I hope. I know it's been, or maybe it's.
Anyway, that was a disaster. But anywho, that's who it was. It definitely wasn't Koberger, and yeah, so I hope that was entertaining for you folks. But it's not about not calling in, guys. It's like Jules said, it's who you call first of all. It's what you talk about when you call in, and it's how you talk about it, guys. That's how that works. Okay, we're adults here. You don't call a live podcast talking about people talking about how to get away with murder thinking it's not going to draw attention to you, especially in the midst of a murder case, guys. I mean, it makes no sense. And talking the way that he was, and which obviously we know he was probably intoxicated then too, which would change his tone. So it is what it is, and it doesn't no, whatever, it's done. We know the truth. We know who it is, and that's what we do here, is try to figure things out. And somebody else figured it out for us, folks. And again, thank you, Hidden True Crime, for that. That's very much appreciated for you guys putting that out. You guys check them out. They do have some interesting stuff over there for sure. But that dude is a bit of a mess, in my opinion. That's all. I feel bad for them, and it is what it is. So that's said and done now. Thank the Lord. That was hard to do. That's the other thing too. Life, love, and true crime. That's what I'm saying. It's not a good idea to call in when you're intoxicated like that. It just doesn't work. If he was drunk, he wasn't thinking about how it was coming across to everyone. Absolutely not. I agree with you on that one, Life, love. And you saw just how he acted that way in that sense. So it is what it is. So now, as far as everything, does anybody, as far as what we just did before that, guys, does anybody have anything they wanted to add to that by chance? Again, you guys know you're more than welcome to call in 234-703-4047 to give any insight into what we watched before that. Of course, not that so much, because it's not much to it. I just wanted to show you guys who it was and what it was all about. So thank you for that, Heather. And again, like I said, if anybody has any kind of theories, opinions, or anything at all they want to talk about, it doesn't necessarily have to be about what we just talked about. But if you want it to be, we bring it out, guys. Let's hear it. I'd love to hear your voices. You should apply common sense. Yeah, no, I agree, Mike and Vicky. It's yeah, WTF for sure. Oh, sorry, guys, I'm a bit tired today. I woke up at 3:30 this morning. I've been up ever since, and I fell asleep at 1 o'clock last night. Or this morning, I should say. So that'll tell you, I'm a little bit tired. Can I get real drunk? I mean, if you want to, it'll take a longer. It'll make for a long phone call, I'm sure. But yeah. Well, he works in a bar, Life, love, so that he probably drinks for free in the bar while he's working. So in turn, he probably gets a little messed up. So what do you guys think in regards to what we did talk about before that, about what we had heard from Gray Hughes and so on and so forth? Like, that was really, really kind of interesting to me. And I wanted to ensure that I got that to you guys based on what we talked about yesterday, because it does definitely relate to it, Ugh, sorry, folks. Yeah, there's some delays, Kim. I'm sorry. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's because my internet drags or if it's because of where. I think all of this is based on where I'm at, but plastered. Yeah, he seemed like he was pretty out there. That's for sure. For sure. I guess it's a little hard. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, he was pretty tore up. You saying that made me yawn again. Sorry. Like I said, I only slept for a couple hours last night, folks, and my apologies. So does anybody else have anything else they wanted to put out in the discussion for today? They did move it once, Vicky. It's been moved. It's over here. I'm plugged directly into it, and I'm still dragging. My cousin sent you. Was it email, Keelani? Let me see. Oh, good Lord. Sorry, folks. I guess I need more coffee. I had 3 cups this morning. I guess I need more. Let's see if I can find what was sent to me and see if it is something we can check out quick. I think I might actually have the modem moved back and move my whole, because I was already talking about it before. Okay, no problem, Kehlani. About moving to the den with my whole set. And yeah, I'm gonna be getting coffee here real soon. Anyway, is it under your name, Kehlani? I got something from you. The layout in their rooms. Let's see. Was it the okay? But was the email? Do you know the layout and their rooms? Is that what it was called, Kehlani? Yeah, okay. I found it then. It actually had your name on it. I seen Kai in there in small letters, but your name was the title name on it. Let's see. What we have here. I think we watched this once before, guys, but that's okay. We'll check it out real quick. Oh man, I need a cigarette. I need a moke. Okay. Make sure you guys can hear it, okay? Make sure the volume is good. No. It's okay. It's okay. Some people may not have seen this either.
And we're located here on the 3rd floor.
Yep, here we go. We're buffering again. Okay.
The dog was located on the 3rd floor in the room by its side. And take a look at the time frames. At 4:04, he leaves the house after committing the crime, away at a high rate of speed. All of this only took 9 minutes. Let's watch what that looks like. Sliding door. He went up the stairs to look around and make sure. He then the first bedroom to the next bed. Here we know what happened. Downstairs, she sees the stair. Susanna's room. Here, again hears something and looks outside her door. She sees the suspect. He walks right past her and leaves.
Greetings and welcome of the 4 University of Idaho students in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The victims, Ethan Sheepin.
Sorry, folks. My computer's doing its own thing again. Major buffering. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. It's got to be the wind, I guess. I don't know. I have to apologize. Okay. Copy. So, what are we thinking, folks? What do you think? What you think? What do you think? Now the audio is it me or the? I'm so aggravated with this. Oh my gosh. Hopefully that makes a difference. How do I look and sound and all that? Am I dragging? Is everything cool? Let me see if I got to change something on here. All right. How about now? Miss Brandy. Oh, yes, it's going to be a huge shit show for sure. Pretty nice in Connecticut right now. I was just looking at Iowa, and there's 1 degree. Yeah. It's beautiful outside right now. You can look behind me and see the sun is gleaming. It's beautiful out there, right? Open the door and see what happens. You'll freeze instantly. It's bad. It's cold. Thank you, Miss Cece. Oh, absolutely. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, if anybody would like to donate to support me in the channel, it would be very well appreciated as of right now. There's my links, guys. Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. If you can and you choose to, I do appreciate you. Was there a new Kopeka bit? I haven't seen anything. Did you? Because I haven't. If there is, I'd like to know. Oh, let me look. Let me look. The real deets. Oh, I agree, Kim. That trial, guys, we will be on every day. I don't want to miss one thing about that trial, and I will be broadcasting it, all of it, 100%. So, and we will definitely be commentating all the way through on it, going back and rewatching it, because I want to make sure we get it all and that it is all the real deal. Brandy, if they do, I'm taking the week off. Oh, God, I hope they do. Yeah, we'll be busy with that one, guys. Every day. Yeah, we can just jump in here together, all of us, and make some popcorn and hang out for the whole week, because that's where I'll be at. I can't see that they wouldn't allow at least, I would like there to be video, but I know there should at least be audio. But I would imagine they've broadcasted everything video wise so far. I haven't seen anything that they've held back. So I'd like to think it would be okay. Wow, look at all these meatballs in here. Everybody's green pretty much. So are you having an amazing day today, Miss Brandy? I hope. Absolutely hope. Let's see here. Yeah, something's going on with this. I'm gonna have to call them when I'm done with the live stream and start swearing at people. That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that, hon. You deserve it. You deserve it. That's a fact. Let's see here. If I can do this. Oh, yeah. Always, Keelani. I think I've done this poll once before, but I'm going to do it again. Who thinks Kohberger had an accomplice? And there it is, folks. Let the voting begin. See what I did there? You see how I flipped it around? See my little dog back there in the corner doing his little flip-flop back and forth all day. What are you doing, Oscar? Oscar! Can you hear me? I'm over here, bro. Oscar! Jeez, see how deaf he is, guys? I had to, like, get his attention. Anywho. Let me see here. Yeah, I get it all, Juan. I hope we get every bit of it, because this is what we'll be doing. Until they tell us where the car parked, I'm saying yes. What are you answering there, Jules? About the cameras in the courtroom? Not sure, Dago. Hold on a minute, guys. I don't see anything new except for wait a minute. 1 second, everyone. I'm having help. Oh, yeah. Duh. Sorry, Jules. Yeah, the whole card thing is going to make a huge difference in that. What is this? Hold on, let's see if this isn't so. This looks kind of new. Good Lord. Stuff comes up, help. This is weird. Very weird. Actually, it's kind of cool. This kind of shows a timeline, guys, which is... This is a TikTok somebody had put up. Okay. This is interesting, actually. This is a. We saw how that went down in the Peterson. Yeah, absolutely. I've never seen this before, you guys, but I'll share it with you because it's definitely interesting. It's different. It's just like a animated diagram of, I'm guessing, the whole situation that night. So let's see. Well, that was interesting. That was just a complete reenactment. That's all that was. Well, animated version of it. So yeah. Um. Huh. Yeah, that was pretty accurate. I like the times stamps and all that kind of stuff. Was pretty neat. The link between the Pullman shooting and the Idaho murders. There's a link, huh? True crime buff. Let's see what that's all about, folks.
The Whitman County Coroner's Office has released the name of the man killed.
All right. Let's see if you guys saw this. I was trying to find the Kopacki thing you were talking about. This is the only thing that pops up now that's new. And excuse my internet, guys. Like I said, I am going to be cussing somebody out today.
Killed in a shootout with law enforcement in Pullman, Washington on December 15th, 2020, when police were called to the scene at the Coffee House Apartments close to the Washington State University campus at 8:37 p.m. after receiving a report of a man threatening to kill his roommates. The roommates were evacuated, and the man, 36-year-old Brent Lee Kopacka, reportedly barricaded himself inside the apartment and began firing from the apartment. Kopacka was eventually shot and killed by a SWAT member. Not much is known about Kopacka other than what can be gleaned from a recent obituary, which lists his cause of death as a traumatic brain injury sustained in combat in Afghanistan, which led to a 16-year ongoing battle with severe PTSD, and that he served in the U.S. Army from 2000 to 2009 and received a Purple Heart for his service in Operation Freedom in Afghanistan. Though there are some ominous images posted to his Facebook page, including this one of the Angel of Death, which he posted on December 6th at 1:05 a.m. Other than his proximity to Moscow, Idaho, Pullman is only a 9-minute drive to the home at King Road in Moscow, and the timing of the shooting incident, there's nothing to tie Brent to the quadruple homicide that occurred on November 13th, 2002.
All right, well, there's that. I still think there is, though. I still think that there's something that I don't know why I want. I don't know if it's because I want there to be, maybe, down somewhere in there. But if he really did work for University of IT department's questionable because they already verified the U of I servers went down that morning, right? And that's something I had touched base on before. Um, Damn. Yeah, there's really nothing there. Nothing there. That does make sense though, Jules. It really does. Um, oh, also, I needed an opinion from you guys today. I had been thinking about something since way back in October, and our Miss Heather, with her lovely brain, brought something up at the same time. Well, she just brought it up recently, and it was a good idea because they always have good ideas because they have great moderators. So I've been telling you guys, I've been thinking about starting to do evening streams again, right? Okay, and I'm going to one way or another, but I want to kind of break it up a little bit, guys. And what I was thinking about doing back then, which Heather brought up now, she thinks it's a good idea, and I want your guys' opinions. I want to know if you guys are going to be here, of course, if I do that. And I can't give you like exact times right now, but it will be in the evenings, okay? But what I was thinking about doing was, since we do true crime here, and we didn't hear a peep about it, we literally found out from Brian's body cam footage that suppressing is an issue for me. I agree. I do agree. And what I was thinking of doing is sticking with it's true crime in a sense, and it's about murderers and serial killers and this and that. But what I've been thinking about doing is, because I'm a big horror fan, you guys know that, and I do paranormal and things like that too. This is not really paranormal per se, but what I've been wanting to do is look into the true stories, since we do true crime, of a lot of these movies that we've seen: the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the originals, the Scream, the real story behind Nightmare on Elm Street, this, that, and everything else. Those things. And I thought about maybe going into those stories and doing those stories with you guys in the evenings and talking about them. I mean, we're not necessarily going to solve anything, but there's true stories behind a lot of these fictional movies that have come out. There's a base story for the Amityville murders and things like that. And I thought it would be a really good idea to bring you guys the true stories and show you guys all about them and so on and so forth. So let me think. If you, we'll do it like this. Just put a 1 in there. That when you live in Texas, absolutely, Jules, absolutely, that's cool. And we can spend a couple hours going over these. And maybe some of them might take a couple days, break it up or whatever. But I know no Slender Man for Miss Brandy. We know that. So all you guys do me a favor. Throw 1 in the chat if you want me to do it, and 2 if you're not into it. I'm grabbing something, guys. I'll be right back. All right. All right. So we got one. Let's go. Let's see. One, whole bunch of ones. One. Hell yeah, one. Oh, absolutely, Jules. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, no, well, I came home because I was tired. Here.
Okay. One. What's up, Pink? Good to see you. Wow. It's a little different telling us. The true story is not as bad sometimes as the movie makes it out to be. Sometimes it's worse. But I'm not gonna be showing you. I'm not gonna be trying to scare you. I'll just put it that way. Walker, Texas Ranger kept me when I was getting a week-long EEG in a hospital. So it looks like everybody's into it. Where's Miss Heather at? She snuck out. I knew it. She snuck out and got away. Miss Brandy's showing ones all over the place. No, so it's sounds like a plan. Good, guys. I'm glad to hear that. Great to see you, Pink, by the way. So we're going to look into that, folks. We're going to pretty soon, too. I'm going to start it up. So, and again, like I said, it's not going to be what the movie was. You're going to get the true story. We're going to find the true stories and give you those as to where the, where they got the idea. Wes Craven, who did Nightmare on Elm Street, took a story of something that really actually happened. And made the movie Nightmare on Elm Street out of it. Okay. And then same with Scream, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is a combination of different things, to be honest with you. There's really nothing for Halloween, guys, just so you know, and or Friday the 13th. So don't be expecting that. There have been stories like that, though, like the whole camp thing and all that. Actually, there was a movie that came out in the 80s that was called Sleepaway Camp. Okay. That was very weakly based on a real story. The Shining, The Shining actually does have some stories that was kind of based on slightly one. Stephen King wrote that story, but based on some ideas that he had heard. Rose Red, written by Stephen King, was based lightly on the Winchester House story, which was based on a true story, the real Winchester House. Basically, what people have done in Hollywood is taken a lot of these true stories and twisted and turned them to make them a lot more appealing to the horror community to get, of course, more views on it and ratings in the theaters. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So that's kind of what my thought is. And of course, we're going to do it in the evening. There's a lot of them, guys. I've been involved in this stuff for years and the paranormal. So there's a lot. A lot of stuff has happened here in Ohio. And I can throw in some stuff that I find, along those same lines in there. And I just thought it would be entertaining for you guys, and it would, give us some more time together in the evenings, like I said. And there's a lot of people that can't be in here during the day that want to be in here. So that's going to help with them in that sense. You know what I mean? So I just thought that would be a good idea. And I wanted to run it by all of you first, because, of course, your guys' opinion is the number one opinion to me. Hoboken Hollow as a true story. Oh, yeah. I have heard that story actually. That's a good one, actually, Jules. Hoboken Hollow. I'm excited now. You maybe want to do it right now. Ohio, yeah. Brandy's not lying. Ohio's a. We have a story about a place that they call uh Hatchet's Hollow here. Okay, and I didn't think it was real. I'll be honest with you. Well, my dad and grandmother, his mother, proved to me that it was. So there's some stories, dudes. There's some serious stories, guys, going around. I called you guys dudes. Don't ask me why. But anyway, and they're interesting. A little more time in the sauce never hurt. Of course, it makes it more tender, you know, you guys. And it'll give some of us something to do in the evenings and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Is it hollow but still true? Or is it hollow? The Texas Slave Ranch. Yeah, that's what it is. Hoboken Hollow. I thought that's what you were meaning to say. You just misspelled it, but that's okay. The dad used to beat up one of the kids in that family. Kerrville. Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. There's a lot of stuff that has gone on in Texas. Of course, we know over in California, there's tons of crazy stories over there. A lot of the smaller states that you wouldn't think, you know, there's no name towns have a lot of crazy things that have happened in them, to be honest with you. Well, you're in the right spot for it, brother. I wish I could just give it to you guys, to be honest with you. Like, here you go. Have a plate, you know? So, yeah, we're going to be delving into that. Like I said, I thought about it back in October, but you can thank Miss Heather for popping the idea up in my head again. And we'll be going from there. Kerrville, yeah. And then, of course, one of my favorites, the true Mothman story, which happened not too far from me. And parts of it came around the area I'm from. Okay. So that one too we'll be touching on. The story about Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. That was based on true happenings. Why, thank you, Pink. I really appreciate that. That was nice of you to say that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Arkansas. Oh, God, yeah. Well, I touched base on something down there, guys. The Texarkana murderer. We went on to that a little bit. I showed you guys bits and pieces of it, but then, you know, there was a copycat killer that did more down there again. So I may be touching base in a little one, each one of your guys' states. Yeah, the Mothman is one of my absolute favorites, Jules. And it's like almost everything in that movie is 100% real. I'll give you that right there. So, the Silence of the Lambs, there was some of that was based on true events as well. Okay. So just about every movie you guys can think of that you've seen that was a horror movie, there's a basis for it on a true story. Okay. And that's, you know, where we're at with that. There's going to be a lot to do. I'll just put it that way. So we will be busy, folks, for sure. And it takes some time. The Freddy Krueger story, I did not know that there was a true story that was based on, and that Craven had gotten that from it, because a lot of Wes Craven stuff came from actual like nightmares. Okay. And so, yeah, but there is. So let's see. The poll is done, and 64% of you think that he did have an accomplice, and 35 said no. I'm saying, guys, it's got to be. Colorado, weird stuff in small mountain communities. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of these crazy things happen in these small towns, folks, that nobody knows, you know, because they're such a small town. They don't make the national news, so you guys don't see it. And then a movie comes out, 10, 15 years later, and you're like, if you were lucky enough to be in that small town, like, hey, that happened here. Not everybody else knows that, though. You know what I mean? But no, I really appreciate that, Pink. That made me feel good. I appreciate that. Sometimes I wonder about myself. And I wonder what you guys actually think, Jeepers Creepers. That one I'm not sure of, Brandy. But that would be interesting to find out. And I will research to find out, I did, and I don't even like those movies. Right. And a lot of times, like I said, the true stories are a lot better than the movies were, to be honest with you, in my opinion. That's right. The small towns, they cover all that stuff up because the towns are so small that they want people to come to their towns. They want people to move to their towns, so on and so forth. Well, if people hear about, this crazy murder happened in this tiny little town, 20 years ago, yeah, they're most likely not going to go to that town or move to that town. So they keep it quiet, guys. Same thing Idaho was trying to do to an extent with what happened with this, or Utah, or places like that, I don't like people in general. Like, I don't talk to people, and I'm here as much as possible. So you must be good peeps. Well, thank you so very much for that, Jules. I do appreciate that as well, and we love you too. You do great stuff over there. You're an inspiration in a lot of ways for me, and I respect you quite a bit. So, very much so. Would you also cover crimes inspired by cinema? Yeah, if it's a real crime. The whole basis of it, Dobermom, is to, deal with things that have been put out either, in movies or TV series, or like, well, if Twin Peaks was real, okay, and there was a story behind that was real, I'd find it and we would do it, okay. Kerbal also had the Angel of Death nurse. That's correct. Andrea Yates. My stepmom was her head nurse. Yep, that's right. Oh my God. Wow, I haven't heard that in a while. Aniyaka. Purebred Texan with some Cajun blood. Justin Johnson. So yeah, that's the plan, folks. I hope you guys are down for it, because to me, that's going to be fun. Okay. Not that, like, I think serial killers are fun, but you know what I'm saying? That's kind of my forte. I love that kind of stuff. And it delves into the horror realm, which I'm a big fan of and always have been. So, Cold Blood. Oh, In Cold Blood. I'm trying to refresh my mind here. Let me see that one real quick. I've probably seen it. I'm just not remembering it, because I've seen just about every movie you can ever think of. As far as music and movies and stuff like that goes, you guys already know how I am with music. So, let me see here. I probably know. I'm just not thinking right now. Right, exactly. And In Cold Blood dramatizes actual events and people in realistic, technically well-crafted fashion, based upon John Forsyth, Paul Stewart. Oh, based on Truman Capote's True crime classic nominated. Yeah, we might be able to do something like that for sure. Definitely The Conjuring. Because or anything that Ed and Lorraine Warren put their hands on that involved that type of a thing, yeah, I'd be all over that one because I'm huge fans of theirs. So, but yeah, it sounds like fun, folks. I'm like really, really into it. There's been some scenarios. The movie The Strangers. It's not really a horror movie. Yes, Vicky. Yes. That's a fact. But it's kind of that was loosely based on real events. So that's where I'm at with that. That's something I want to try so that we can pick up the evenings a little bit, and bring some more people in here that want to be in here in the evenings. That'll help them out. It'll give us something else to do. It'll let me get out something else that I want, that I have a very big interest in, and just things like that. So I just wanted to run it past you guys because I've told you before. That movie, my wife can't watch it either. And there was The Last House on the Left. That one is based on true events. My wife will not watch that. My wife can't watch movies that have that show like R scenes in them or SA scenes in them. That she just doesn't. She's never been able to deal with that kind of stuff. She doesn't like it. Not that she went through something like that, but it really bugs her. So we don't watch those kinds of movies. You know what I mean? But yeah, Last House on the Left and I Spit on Your Grave. Those movies were based on true events too, which if you've ever watched those movies, they're raw and very bad. So, some of these, we're off to throw trigger warnings up for people. I'm not going to give anything like severely horrifying out here for you guys to see because it's YouTube, but still. New meatballs. Yes, we got some new meatballs in the sauce. Pink. Absolutely. Miss Lisa donated 5 memberships yesterday, or 5 or 6. And quite a few people got memberized. So yes. Well, the only one is the only one. The first one is the only one that was actually based on the true story. Sorry guys. Okay. It really intense. Very, very much. The original one from the early 80s or late 70s was super intense. So yeah. So we'll be busy. Like I said, it may take a couple days to do a couple of them or whatever, but we're going to get into it. And I think it'll be fun, folks. I really do. I really do. That's just me though. So there you go. And there's quite a few more. ILS. I don't think I've ever heard of that one, Kimani. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. Yes, dear, I know. 1 second, everybody. one, The Legend of Boggy, which is about basically Bigfoot. Okay, that's based on a true interaction per se. I've never had freshly made pasta. Anyone here ever? Oh my God, are you kidding me? It's way better than regular. Oh my God, you got to try it. Homemade pasta is the absolute best. We've made it for years. So we got, of course, Annabelle, The Strangers. I have a hard time believing this one, but they're saying it's based on true events. So I don't know. But The Blob from 1958. Let's think about that one now. Yeah, pretty much, Jules. That question alone, like what? Of course, Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Tusk, which is a very dramatically traumatizing movie. It is disgusting. I can't even watch it. The Serpent and the Rainbow. Good movie. The story is supposed to be based on generalized true interactions. The Right with Anthony Hopkins, who played in Silence of the Lambs. Again, great movie, but based on true events. The Quiet Ones is supposed to be based on true events. I don't know if I remember seeing that one or not. And then The Lighthouse, which came out in 2019, that's supposed to be based on true events too. Let's see here. There's a lot so far. You've heard of Tusk, or you've never heard of Tusk. If you haven't, don't watch it. Don't watch it, Jules. It's bad. I can't imagine that the Chucky movies are child's play, but the Blob one, I'm kind of curious as to know how that's based. Kind of weird. Okay, well here's what it says. The Blob was inspired by a 1950 incident involving a handful of Philadelphia police officers who witnessed a mysterious gelatinous alien mass fall from the sky. It allegedly dissolved before long and thankfully didn't eat anyone. So I guess it is. Red Dragon. Yes, Red Dragon's awesome. The books are amazing. So I guess the Blob was based on something that actually happened. Unless those police officers were on something, it never ate anybody, but they saw that happen. So Psycho, the original Psycho with Anthony Hopkins, the Alfred Hitchcock film, was based on true events. It's adopted from a 1959 book of the same name, based loosely on the real world. Oh, well, yeah, you guys know this story. Ed Gein. And then when I've told you guys that stream what? Hey, it's possibly true. We know we aren't being told everything about this guy. No, I get it. I mean, luckily it didn't eat anything. You know what I'm saying? Like the movie does, but they obviously saw something. Yes. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Again, guys, anybody that is, feels that they can help to support me in the channel, PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, I greatly appreciate it this time. Like I said, StreamYard is due and all that fun stuff to keep me going is due. So I welcome any help from anyone at this point right now. So thank you so very much, guys. I appreciate you and love you guys to death. That's not shocking. An American crime. Yeah, I got a whole list. Who was saying, you're saying stream what, Dover Mom? Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else? Of course, The Exorcist. That's That is based on a true story of a boy that they called Roland Doe. I have his actual name. Was possessed, according to, which is where the book came from. I have everything that Hitchcock ever did. 2 days back, I don't know if that one is based on a true story or not, but that's the one that, well, then again, I guess the way you could look at it now, that's the movie that Kohberger's sister played in. Let's see. It was a 13-year-old boy that exhibited signs of possession in Cottage City, Maryland, was the exorcist. Yeah. Yep. Ed Gein, definitely, yeah. That's what the Psycho was based on. Now, of course, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Now that one was marketed as based on a true story, and it's not entirely accurate, but there is a story behind it. Okay, and that's why I said that one was blended with another movie, because Leatherface is actually based on Ed Gein himself, Leatherface's character, but the story from, this is why they mixed match these. I don't think they should have done that, but if you go back to what we said, the story from Psycho is based on Ed Gein's life. The character of Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre is based on Ed Gein himself. Okay, if you guys know what I'm saying with that. No, it was a little boy, a 13-year-old boy, Doberman. Right. Now that was based on a little boy who they called Roland Doe, but he's got a real name that was put out finally. So, there's a movie from 1974 called Deranged, which is completely based on a true story. Where a man becomes obsessed with corpses, eventually resorting to creating new ones, like the Frankenstein story. The film was subtitled The Confessions of a Necrophile in the U.S. Very crazy story. The movie was nuts. Most 70s horror films were crazy, and I love them now. And again, it's kind of based slightly on Ed Gein as well. Believe this or not, Jaws, the movie Jaws, was inspired by the 1916 deaths in New Jersey of 5 victims at the teeth of one ferocious rogue huge shark. Okay, Jules. Another one that I didn't know, I had heard pieces and slight things about it, but I didn't know for sure. This proves it. Right, Sherry, right. I just read that. That's funny. Most people are creeped out by The Exorcist Pink, so don't feel bad. There's not too many people that can watch it. A lot of people passed out when they first watched it back then. The original version of The Hills Have Eyes. If you guys remember the guy with the crazy eyes, the bald head, that same guy that played in the what do you call it? Weird Science. He played the biker in Weird Science. Right. Oh, Burnt Offerings. Yes, Kim. You see, guys, there's so many of them. Now, I'll tell you real quick, the story behind The Hills Have Eyes. It's a modern retelling of a story of what they called Sawney Bean. Okay, I remember this story when I was a teenager, and it's a legend. The story's a legend. It was led a clan of dozens of cannibals killing over 1,000 people in Scotland. around the 16th century, and they lived like nomads like that out in the land, and that's where it came from. Dago, no, St. Louis. What are you talking about, Bert? Mom, Dober mom. The true story is what I'm telling you about for The Exorcist. Is that what you were talking about? The actual true story. Okay, the book was based at least partially on the story of an unidentified 13-year-old boy who exhibited signs of possession in Cottage City, Maryland in 1949. That's the basis of the real story behind it. Now this one's for Brandy, and this one really gets me. I don't know what it is, but I love this movie. The book was even better, but it's insane. And it's called The Town That Dreaded Sundown, and it was put out in 1976. Now, this is the movie that is based on the Texarkana killer, okay? And it happened right at, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Texarkana. Jules, Brandy's from Arkansas, Jules is in Texas. There's a town that sits right on the border, right on the line, called Texarkana, Texas and Arkansas, okay? And there were murders back in 1946 that started it, but then there were copycat murders that came out after the fact, and they made 2 movies about it, to be honest with you. I didn't know that, Dago. It just scared the hell out of me. Sorry, Vicky. Yes, the entire town and most media has it wrong then. Oh, absolutely, Doberman. Yeah, it was proven that it was wrong. Because there's a lot of misinformation about it, but that has been proven to be correct. That story was. I just watched a thing on it the other day, a documentary on it. So yeah, The Town That Dreaded Sundown, and he was called the Phantom Killer because nobody ever saw or heard him when he did these things. And like I said, me and my channel, I touched on it back in October, just for the heck of it to talk about, because it's something that story I've always had a thing for. I didn't know this though. I don't know how, but I didn't. Oh, yeah. I'm like a professional at this stuff, guys. I love this stuff. I've done this my whole life. Eaten Alive, okay, from 1977. A lot of these movies came out of the 70s, honestly, guys. Again, thank you, Miss Brady, for posting that. I can quickly leave it up there. The events of Eaten Alive, which also went by the alternate titles Death Trap, Horror Hotel, and Starlight Slaughter. They're based on the real-life alligator killer, Joe Ball. Ball murdered at least 2 women in the 30s, and the rumor is he disposed of the bodies by feeding them to the pet alligators he kept at his Elmendorf, Texas bar. Something else in Texas there, Jules. I told you guys a lot of stuff happened in Texas. Amityville is going to be one for sure because that's another one I'm kind of obsessed with. And then we have Audrey Rose. This book scared the hell out of me. Okay, and Anthony Hopkins played in the movie. It was from 1977. He played a character by the name of Elliot Hoover, who becomes convinced that a 10-year-old girl is the reincarnation of his dead daughter. And it's adapted from the novel of the same title, and it was inspired to explore reincarnation, and the writing of a 6-year-old son allegedly began spontaneously playing ragtime piano. And this one is a little different. It's not like the whole serial killer thing, but it's still, I saw the movie. It's a horror film because it's so creepy and weird. And the acting, you know how Anthony Hopkins is crazy. Right. Absolutely, Pig. And then, of course, Amityville Horror, 1979. Now, I'm not going to be telling the story that you saw from the first one, Amityville, the first one, the Amityville Horror. The second one is the one that has the true story based on it. And that's with the DeFeo family, Ronald DeFeo Jr., who killed his whole family. And that's the true story there, and that's the one we're going to be going over. Let's see here. The Entity, that one scares the shit out of me and always did. That's 100% a true story, and that woman still to this day is affected by that ghost, guys. No lie. To this day. And it also, the woman that this actually happened to was from Culver City, California. I'll have to, when we do it, I'll give you her name, but that one is creepy. If you ever saw The Entity, it's from 1982. It's about a woman that was SA'd by a ghost repeatedly, and still, like I said, still to this day has been affected by it. And nobody ever believed her because they don't believe in ghosts, pretty much, you know. But she had markings, handprints, bruises, everything all over her body, and it was filmed. You could visually see it filmed with her being attacked by this and orbs and stuff. It's crazy. Very interesting story, though. It's kind of creepy, but it's interesting for sure. I bet so, Vicky. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. Go watch that, Jules. And then when we do the story on it, the real story, you'll see The Entity is crazy. And it's a real, that one is 100% real. It's not based on, it's 100% real. They just reenacted the whole thing. And it actually is still happening, okay? Frank DeFilita is the same guy that wrote that story based on what happened with that woman from California. And then, of course, Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh, really? That's crazy, Jules. You'll have to tell us that story one day. Everybody knows Wes Craven did all the Nightmare on Elm Streets and quite a few other horror movies that, you know, have been very, very good movies. All good things. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. Good one, Dover Mom. Right. Yeah, well, that's what happened. You'll see I'll show you that when we go over this, you'll see the difference. I mean, it's probably right along the same thing. There's been multiple cases of that happening, actually, all over the United States, all over the world, truthfully. Bobby Brown claims he was mounted by a female ghost, and he talked about it on an interview. That's interesting, Pink. I never knew that. So the Freddy Krueger scenario, just so you know, Wes Craven was inspired by reports of Asian men throughout the 70s, 80s dying in their sleep. It's a phenomenon that at the time was labeled Asian death syndrome, and that's where he got the basis for that story. But that is a real scenario. I've heard of it multiple times. He just kind of twisted it to fit, you know. The movie Henry, another one from that was from 86. I watched that one multiple times. And I don't know if you guys watched The Walking Dead or if you guys know who Michael Rooker is. He was also in a police show. I can't remember the name of it. He played a cop detective. Anywho, he played in this. This was like one of the first movies they ever did. But it's basically about a serial killer that, okay, so you saw that one then? The Strangers was a remake, Kim. So the original one is the actual story where the story came from. But yeah, Henry was crazy, guys. It really was. And it's based on the serial killer Henry Lee Lucas, which we all know who he is. Okay. And then we had, again, from 1988, and this movie is kind of a mind F, to put it that way. It was called The Serpent and the Rainbow. Okay. Very interesting movie. Very crazy, like I said, mind-lapsing movie. And the fact of it that was based on, it was a nonfiction book that was called the same thing, of course, and it was written by I can never say this, ethnobotanist Wade Davis, who investigated the story of an alleged zombie, Clarius Narcisse. It's the movie's based on like real zombies, okay? but that was based on something that really actually happened. And we know that zombies don't exist, but in this story that was supposed to be a true story, it is about zombies. And a lot of it has to do with the you guys know about New Orleans and all the voodoo stuff that they practice and stuff and all that, kind of along that lines of something actually came from that at one time. So yeah, it's something. It was a great movie, by the way. It's something I might actually watch again today. I haven't seen that in a while. Okay, I guess this one's in there. I didn't realize that. Okay, Child's Play, Chucky. It's inspired by Robert, a haunted doll that allegedly talked and inspired fits of rage in its young owner. Robert is still on display in the Florida Keys West Martella Museum. I did not know that, but again, Wes Craven, found his story somewhere. Wait, was that? Yeah, he did Chucky. Now, this one I was intrigued by for years. Now, I don't know how you guys are about aliens, okay? But this is kind of not really a murder story, but it was still a really seriously interesting story, and it was based on a completely true event that was supposedly happened, okay? It's called Fire in the Sky. It came out in 93. Creole voodoo and stuff. Oh, yeah. That's what that's all about, Jules. So you'd be into that one. Fire in the Sky it came out in 93. It was the year I came out of high school. And it was based in 1975, the year after I was born. Travis Walton claimed to have been abducted by a UFO, although he was never able to prove it. And there were groups of guys. He was like a lumberjack type scenario. And it's a really good story. The book is even better again than the movie, as they always are. This one surprised me. The Dentist. I don't know if you guys remember the movie The Dentist, but this is a fact. And I'm sorry. Let me correct that. This is what it's written in here as a speculated fact, whatever that means. That's a joke. But anyway, The Dentist is based on the true story of Dr. Glennon Edward Engelman, a Missouri dentist who, for decades, convinced multiple women to marry other men who he would then murder, and they'd split the insurance checks. So that is where the movie The Dentist came from. They already admitted to us that aliens exist. I mean, just look at the Sumerian structures, the paintings, the stories of our solar system. But yes, I admitted this under Trump's administration. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, 1999, there was a movie came out called Ravenous. This one I never saw. And it's inspired by the Donner Party. Okay, do you guys remember the Donner Pass, which happened oddly where the whole Kylie Rodney situation went down? Donner Pass, okay, over there. So what the Donner Pass story was that I'm trying to remember how many people there were, but they got trapped and lost in that realm. It was, bad out, so on and so forth, and they had to resort to cannibalism. So that's what Ravenous is about, guys. If you look up the story about Donner Pass, it's kind of a crazy one. And that movie is intense. You're absolutely right. From what it looks like, I've never seen it, but it looks very intense. And the read on it is very intense too. From Hell with Johnny Depp, one of my favorite movies. I love a lot of Johnny Depp stuff. That is based on a graphic novel by Alan Moore. That was basically speculating the Jack the Ripper. You guys know what that's all about. The story behind Jack the Ripper is what From Hell is about. So that's where that came from. Interesting to know. That's crazy, Jules. That would be why you know about it, probably. And then, of course, there's Dahmer. And Dahmer is going to be interesting because Jeffrey Dahmer is from 10 minutes from where I'm at right now. Okay? So that's where he was born and raised mostly. And I'm very close to that area. So I know a lot about that, as we all do. We've all probably seen the movie or the series or whatever you want to call. So we're going to touch on that one too, but you guys mostly know that one. And then we had the Mothman Prophecies. Great story, and that actually really truly happened, and there's a lot of eyewitnesses to that, which we will go through too. It happened in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which is not very far from me at all. And then we have the movie Open Water, was another Jaws type movie that actually happened too. Tom and Eileen Longaran were left behind while scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef because their tour guides failed to take a head count. Their bodies were never found. Crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure it's trickled. Ain't no way it hasn't trickled. Oh, yeah. Okay, Brady. Okay. And then, of course, another favorite of mine and a very, very true basis the story is to the movie. Me too, Jules. That's one of my absolute favorites. I absolutely loved it. It's crazy. The Exorcism of Emily Rose. The movie came out in 2005. Now, the true life story behind that one. In real life, a German woman named Anneliese Michael died after being subjected to an exorcism. She was found to have been malnourished and dehydrated, and her parents and the responsible priest were charged with neglect, homicide, and sentenced to 3 years probation. Her epilepsy was likely the real culprit in that story. So, and then we have Wolf Creek. I don't know if you guys saw Wolf Creek. Great movie. Wolf Creek was based on 3 separate real-life Australian. Lisa will love this one. She probably knows this one. David too. 3 separate real-life Australian serial killers: Ivan Milat, aka the Backpacker Killer, who murdered backpackers in the 90s; Bradley Murdoch, which I remember these, who allegedly tried to kidnap a woman after murdering her boyfriend; and the Snowtown murders. You guys remember the Snowtown murders? That was crazy. It was a series of 11 grisly murders carried out by 4 men and 1 woman in the small town of Snowtown in South Australia. Great stories, all of them, and that is where Wolf Creek came from, folks. Yeah, very much so. You're right, Vicky. The movie Them. Okay, and this one kind of weirds me out a little bit, I'll be honest with you. The movie Them, it came out in 2006, is based on the story of an Austrian couple murdered in their home in the Czech Republic. And it's said that those details, alleged real events, are hard to come by, so take this one with a grain of salt. Okay. The Girl Next Door from 2007. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's a pretty good movie. It's kind of a sad movie too, but Sylvia Likens was tortured, humiliated, and sexually abused for months by her caretakers, the Banazuski family, and various neighborhood youths, leading to her death. It's really soul-wrenching. It is. It really is. Do yourself a favor and don't look into any further. It's pretty nasty, guys. The story is. My wife couldn't watch that one. Borderland. Oh, yeah. Right. That's the American Crime one. You're right, Kim. That's a really sad story, guys. Yep. Exactly, Dover Mom. Right. Borderland, guys, 2007 was the movie. This is like, I heard about this, and then there's a book on this that they said that this like is real, like not partially real, but real. The real story is about Adolfo Costanzo. He was a witch doctor who ingratiated himself with cartels in Mexico as he racked up crazy accomplices. He was caught until he murdered an American college girl in 1989. Borderland, yeah, that dude, that's nuts. But that's supposed to be real deal stuff. Everybody knows who the Zodiac killer is. The movie Zodiac that had what's his name in it? Not the game, Jules. Yeah, the movie. The Zodiac killer. We all know who that is and what that's based on. Now there's another movie that came out. It's another. It was about an alligator, crocodile. I'm sorry. Okay. And this is about a real crocodile that they got this movie Primeval from. Okay. His name was Gustav. He was reportedly 20 feet long and over 60 years old. And he's claimed more than 300 people and is still at large today. They've taken pictures of it, so on and so forth. And I remember seeing this before, but this thing is huge, guys. It's the biggest crocodile I've ever seen in my life. But that's where the movie Primeval came from. Okay. And then again, Strangers, we talked about that. It's inspired by 3 separate sources, by the way, guys. A personal experience of writer Brian Bertino's, in which strangers knocked on his door while his parents were away, and he later found out they'd been responsible for break-ins in the area. The Manson family murders, in which followers of infamous Charles Manson murdered 5 people in their home invasion, including Sharon Tate, Kitty Cabin murders, and the Ketty Cabin murders, which involved a woman and her children staying at a remote resort in California. So, exactly, it's just like a dinosaur. But that's what The Strangers was based on, was the Manson family murders, okay? And that's why that's so freaky, because that did happen. We know how that all went. The movie Haunting in Connecticut. When I moved from my crazy parents' house, I found a human-like dough figure underneath my mattress. It was covered in like oily substance with traces of some herbs and wrapped in aluminum foil. It is the megalodon of gators. Absolutely, Jules. Absolutely. It's prehistoric looking for sure. That's crazy, Pink. That's real crazy. The Haunting in Connecticut was based on the Reed family experiencing strange events, including apparitions of a man with long black hair after moving into a former funeral home. Well, first of all, you don't do that, guys. We don't do that. You don't live in a funeral home. Sorry. In the 80s, the house was allegedly rid of the unfriendly ghost after a 3-hour exorcism through the Catholic Church denies having performed it. Okay. And that was the Haunting in Connecticut movie was based on that. That's a pulpit. The Right that I had told you about with Anthony Hopkins is based loosely, not very strongly, but loosely, like I said, on the real life priest father Gary Thomas, who is one of the few to complete a 40-hour Vatican course on exorcism. Journalist Matt Baglio wrote about him in his book, The Right, The Making of a Modern Exorcist, which served as the film's inspiration. When I did my classes to become a paranormal investigator, we went over that whole thing, that whole book, The Right, and it's very insane, you guys. Very much insane. There's a movie called Silent House, and it's a remake of a 2010 Uruguayan film called La Casa Muda, which is based on an incident that allegedly occurred in a village in Uruguay in the 1940s. That one I've never heard of. The Possession. It's originally titled The Dybbuk Box. It's a British, Ukraine. I'm sorry, a story from the UK. My apologies, guys. After the story of the haunted box that supposedly terrorized multiple owners, and I think you guys have all seen or heard something about that story with the box. It's like a small chest, and it's been in different versions of different movies. They can be good or bad. My children both have one I keep next to my bed and bless them with struggles, aid them. Okay. And and The Conjuring. Okay, we know the original Conjuring was based on a true story. And again, Ed and Lorraine Warren's, a lot of their stories have been flipped into movies, Annabelle, so on and so forth. The Sacrament, you guys, and we can touch on that one too if you guys are into it. But you guys, everybody knows about Jonestown, drinking the Kool-Aid and all that stuff like that. Okay. Well, that happened. It was a cult-based story. The People's Temple settlement in Jonestown in Guyana, which made the phrase "drink the Kool-Aid" after 1,000 members died from drinking this Kool-Aid that was given to them that had poison in it. And it was a mass suicide. Okay, based on religion. Of course, Annabelle, the original. Deliver Us from Evil. Oh, that one was crazy. It's based on Ralph Sarchi's book, Beware the Night, which documents his work as a demonologist. The plot of the movie is entirely fictional, but it is allegedly true to the character of the writer himself. So this is another one where the character is true. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got you, Dober Mom. The Conjuring 2 is based on another true happening. Again, Ed and Lorraine Warren. It was the Enfield poltergeist, which actually happened. And that was the one that was England with the guy in the chair that would talk, pulpit, and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, Pink. And there's so many more, but that's it for today that we're going to talk about. But there's a lot, guys. So we have plenty of time and plenty of things to look into. There's stories written by an author by the name of Koji Suzuki. And he's Japanese. I don't know how many Japanese horror movies you guys have ever seen. 90% of Japanese horror movies are based on true events or true beliefs. Okay? Like The Ring or The Grudge. Stuff like that. That happens a lot over in Japan for whatever reason. And I don't know if it's their beliefs and their religions or whatever, but there's a lot of stories that we could look into from there. There's a lot of H.P. Lovecraft stuff that we could look into if you wanted to. Of course, Stephen King, a lot of his stories are based on dreams and true events. Clive Barker has a lot of stories that are based on true events. The Forest, absolutely, Dobermom. So there's a lot. There's a lot that we can look into. I'm just kind of sticking to the basics for now because it'll take long enough to do those. So, like I said, I just thought that would be something that would be fun for us to do in the evenings. Get us back together in the evenings. And with the people that can't be here in the mornings, it'll get them to come back in with the family and hang out for the evenings. So, and again, if anybody ever has an issue with it, please let me know right up front. And certain things I will warn people for. I own every book that Stephen King's ever written, Pink. I have. I've read them all. Even the newest ones. In fact, I have one sitting over here that I just got for my birthday. It's over here, and I can't think of the name of it. The Outsider, I think it's called. Great story. So, I think I own all of them now. Paperback and hardback. I don't own all the hardbacks, but I do have all the paperbacks. I'm working on getting all the hardbacks now. But I have quite a few. I can't wait to do the Mothman one. Silence of the Lambs, of course. Veronica, based on a true story. The Haunted, based on a true story. The Demon Murder Case, based on a true story. That was an 83 TV movie, though. Yeah, I don't think that there's a Stephen King book. And I even have everything that he wrote when he was going by the pen name Richard Bachman. That was how he started writing his stories initially before he became Stephen King. Well, let me rephrase that. He was always Stephen King, but then he went under a different name in the beginning as Richard Bachman. For whatever reason, a lot of authors do that. And he wrote a bunch of stories before he took back his name as Stephen King under a different name altogether. And I have those books too, which are all great. In fact, his story, Rose Red, I don't know if you guys ever read that or saw the movie, is very, very much based on the true life Winchester house, which they made a movie into as well. But yeah, that's what that's all about. The Ghost of Flight 401 is based on a true story. The Man Behind the Sun is based on a true story. Shadow People. The movie People Under the Stairs, that was based on a true story. And of course, the TV series for Oswell is based on true events. Absolutely, Vicky, because a mental picture is more realistic to us as people than a visual picture is. Yeah. If you guys remember the TV series that they did a few years back, Mercy Hospital, it was a miniseries. Stephen King wrote that. That was what he dreamt while he was in a coma after being hit by a car. That came out of his own mouth. So, that's where Mercy Hospital came from. Flowers in the Attic, V.C. Andrews. I don't know how close those are to true story, CC, but they're amazing. I read everything that V.C. Andrews ever wrote. It's weird because I'm a guy and guys don't usually read that kind of stuff, but they were crazy interesting to me. You got to check out The Entity, especially with you saying that you had a liking to that with your family, Jules. I mean, it's an interesting story. Stuck. Eaten Alive, Birkenhair. American Haunting, that's another one. Dead Ringers, that was based on a true story. That's weird. Now, of course, there's Bundy, Richard Ramirez. Well, we can look into those. Yeah, when I got older, I wasn't allowed to watch it when I was a kid. Or I actually wasn't supposed to be reading the books. I was 14 and I read through everything I had, and my mother had everything B.C. Andrews wrote. And the first one I picked up, because of the way the book looked, it had that opening thing, was Flowers in the Attic. And I was 14 years old, understand my mind. And I was just like, what the hell is this all about? You know, this is weird. Yep, that's true too, Dover Mom. The Entity. I want you to see that one, Joel. Seriously, it's. And then when you see it, I want to talk to you afterwards. I'm telling you. The Evictors, Born for Hell, Official Denial, 247. Yeah. Close Encounters of the Third Time was based on a true story or a true interaction, supposedly. Town of Dreaded Sunset. You guys got to check that one out too if you haven't seen it. Communion was supposed to be based on a true story, which is another alien scenario. Did you watch The Flower in the Origin yet? Oregon? No. No, Brandy, I've never even heard of that one. Not to true story, not true story at all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've changed it up, but I'm just saying. The Longest Night, Hangman, that's based on a true story. The Miller Family. There's so much of it, guys. There's so much out there. The Uninvited was based on a true story too. That's crazy. Mirror, that one I'm not even going to talk about because it scares the shit out of me. Blackwater, that's true. A movie that came out years ago called Darkwater. It was a movie, I don't know if you guys saw it or not. That was based on the true story of the girl that disappeared from the hotel and they found her in the water tanks on the roof. That's what Darkwater was about. The Chelsea Hotel. Sorry. Shadow Man, Aftermath, Stranger's Prey. Yep. So, all right, folks. Well, so I guess it's a date. We're gonna start doing that kind of stuff, guys. I am excited for that. They have no idea. I really am. And again, I gotta thank Little Miss Heather for throwing the idea back up there. Like I said, I thought about doing it back, and I think I even brought it up once in October sometime. There's a couple things I was supposed to do in October, but things just didn't allow. But thank you, Miss Brandy. Again, guys, for the last time, I'll be putting it up. If anybody would like to donate to me and or the channel or to support us, I would really appreciate it. There's my links for you guys. And it's very much appreciated and accepted. Sorry. That is a weird one. He did. It actually happened, Pink. He actually did get hit by a car and was messed up pretty bad. And I saw pictures of it when it happened. Well, not when it happened, but after the fact. And he was in the hospital for quite a long time. I don't think he was on a bicycle though. I think he was jogging or walking because he lives in an area where it was like wide open back roads and stuff like that is what happened. Sounds really good, Dago. Oh, I know that story too. Yeah. Hangar 18, absolutely. Of course, that's based on the Roswell thing. So, all right. Well, of course, if anybody has any objections or any problems with it, please tell me right up front. You guys know I understand that completely, and I have no bouts. Because again, guys, as I've always told you, this is your channel, not mine. I just run it. The girl in the water tank. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Vicky. That was nuts. That thing had me throttled until the very end when they said they found her. I thought it was definitely a haunted. I still think it might be haunted. That was just an added addition to it. What grossed me out is that people were drinking that water and bathing in that water and until they noticed the taste of it. And that's how they actually found her. Somebody went and checked the water tanks. But you'd thought when she went missing, they had 35 police officers up on the roof of that building walking around and nobody checked those water tanks. Like, that was dumb to me. That blew my mind. So I don't know. Cecil Hotel is quite haunted. Yes, I believe that it is. I absolutely believe that it is. Vicky's in. Dobermom's in. Even Jules said she's in. That's awesome. The origin is Olivia's backstory on how she met Malcolm. Oh, okay. I got you, Brandy. Absolutely. And at Miss Brandy's request, we will not touch on Slender Man, guys, because she has a huge issue with that, and I absolutely respect that. And I love Miss Brandy, and I don't want to upset her, so we will not do that. Which, I'll be honest with you, the whole Slender Man story kind of gets me a little bit too, so it's not, that's where it was and where Richard Ramirez and the Lost Stranger stayed, yes. La Lorna, I can never say it right. La Lorna is actually based on true events too. If you ever saw that movie. There's one more. It's called not the Happening. No, that was completely fictional. It was something where like this river turned red and all of these bugs fell from the sky. So on and so forth. But anyway, that was based on true happenings down in the South, which freaked me out. I thought Slender Man was fake. Okay, what the story with Slender Man, CC, the character itself is based on something that happened. There's a story where the whole Slender Man thing actually did happen, and these two girls murdered another girl. Rachel, that is a moderator in here, that actually happened right around her. As did numerous things that have happened and that we're going to be talking about where she lives at in Wisconsin. It's just like everything happens around her. It's crazy. But anyway, the character, the Slender Man himself, is based on mythical type legend stuff. Okay. But the story behind it, because the girls said that they heard that he made them do it, basically. Yeah, you can find it on Creepypasta and stuff like that if you want to watch that, but it's not really true. But Slender Man, a story about Slender Man is true. So, right, that's how the best way to put it. Thank you, Juan. The murders that the girls committed against this other girl were fueled by the Slender Man theory. Okay. I grew up in the country. The sight of a car coming in the distance while riding my bike. The road was scary. Caden says hello, folks. It's a tulpa is the only as true as the energy to feed it. Right. Well, I'm impressed over, Mom. Right. All right, folks. Well, we've been going about 3 hours or longer, I believe. So I think it's probably about time to bring her down. Again, Miss Brandy, I hope you have the happiest of happy days today and a happy birthday, my dear. Everybody, I want to thank you all for joining me. Jules, thank you so much for jumping in. I've been enjoying having you over here, and your input and info is very helpful in a lot of ways. So thank you so much for being here. Guys, if you haven't checked out Jules' stuff, go check her out. Subscribe, check out her videos, show some love over there. Check out her awesome merchandise too, guys. And if you're able to, pick something up and support her. It's really cool over there. Now I was gonna say I didn't know what you meant by that, but no, she didn't survive that, Dobermom. And again, the rest of you guys know that you guys are the beautiful people, and I love each and every one of you guys for your own reasons and for supporting me, my channel, and my family and everything, guys. You guys are amazing people. We love having you here, Jules. We do. Like I said, I'd love to be able to get you up here again and start doing some stuff together like we did. I think we work very well together, and everybody loves having you here too, Jules, as you can tell. You're very well received and very well respected. So again, and anybody that did donate today, guys, thank you so much for that. It's very much appreciated. I do, every little bit helps, guys. It very much does. So thank you guys so much for that and for caring. I appreciate that all so much. I'm looking forward to this new stuff, guys, and starting this up in the evenings. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I'm excited about it, and we will keep doing what we do during the day. No, she did not survive one, sadly. That's why they were charged and imprisoned for what they did. I hope everybody enjoyed the stream today. Of course, the first half, and then, you know, what we talked about in the second half here. I hope it was interesting to you all. I've noticed there's a few people that dropped off, and that's okay. Probably get tired of hearing my voice. But again, guys, everybody that's been here, thank you so much for the support for today, for sticking around, for hanging out, and just for being here and for being who you are. I appreciate you guys and love you guys so much. Tomorrow is Friday. I'm not sure how we're going to work tomorrow, what we're going to do. Again, guys, don't forget, throw some good vibes and prayers out there in the universe for Mama Bear. She's got a little something going on right now. But do that if you would, please. because she would do it for you all. And we love Mama Bear. She does a lot here for us. Again, moderators, you're amazing at what you do. Miss Heather, Miss Brandy, Squirrel Sandwich, Miss Molly, Molly Cat, Mama Bear, all you guys. Thank you so much for everything you do. Schmoopy Cakes. You guys are amazing. The best moderators in YouTube world. Yes, yes, yes. Again, guys, love you guys to death. Have a great, great, great rest of your evening. Do me a favor, guys. Do not change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. I love you all to death. I will see you soon. Bye-bye. Days off. Ain't that stuff? 5 whole days.